bringing people in while I'm trying to drive. Okay.
So I didn't drop him, Lisa. I talked to him, but I did not drop him.
I know you didn't. Okay, you guys, go ahead and enjoy the.
There's only 4 mods, and it wasn't Lisa, and it wasn't Sandra, so we did Marlene.
I think I dropped him. I was having too much fun laughing. It was just ridiculous.
Yeah, this is crazy. Okay, so go ahead, baby case.
Yeah. It wasn't me, but let's just go back. So he. That was funny.
That was funny.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say.
Really was funny.
No, but hold on, Daryl. He did say there was people, if they were getting paid.
There are people that were getting paid that wouldn't mind. There's people that pick up garbage and pick up trash from the highway.
Let's just go with that, right? But like the fact that the way slavery was instituted, like you think that these people really was doing it, even, and you know how much they were getting paid? Like we're talking about getting paid, like they were not getting paid a living wage.
My family just made $1 million selling 60 acres.
In 2026.
Yes, hold on.
Okay, we're talking about.
But you gotta understand, man. My family immigrated to Tipton County, Covington, Tennessee, at 1904. Okay, my great grandfather held over 1,000 acres of land. What I'm saying is, hold on, man. My grandmother, who was 86 years old, picked cotton. And her parents picked cotton too. Like, come on, man. Like, why we gotta do all this extra stuff? Just because you don't like what he said.
Oh, well, we don't have to. So hold on. Let's just make it clear. I don't think anyone doesn't need people to like what I said. I don't need people to tell me I'm wrong. I just, I think Ms. Misa's talking about is.
Okay, Omari.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna have to interrupt you for a second. How many mods are on the stage?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I just got
somebody
a second.
I know you did. Did somebody leave who was modded?
Yeah, it was a patient.
Wow. Okay, so Cass got kicked out of the room.
Oh.
Okay, so I will start this room all over again and have just 1, 2 mods on the stage. I asked nicely not to do something, and then it got done anyway. So that's crazy as hell.
Oh, that's from
I don't want to have to start the room over because I'm driving, but this is what I gotta do, y'all.
And there's a lack of integrity because there's only 4 mods. Haitian wasn't even a mod at the time. There was you, Lisa, Omari, Sandra, and Marlene. Those are only mods.
Hold on. I modded Haitian, so yes, he was a mod before he left. He came up and I modded
him. Was he talking when Cass was talking?
Daryl, you may not know this, but mods can actually see the activity in the room via the
platform. So
can you see who kicked Cass, you guys? Just tell me. You don't have to make a big deal about it. Just tell me who kicked them.
It doesn't say. The only thing, the last activity I can see was me making Haitian a moderator, and then you also made Reformed a moderator. Those are the last 2 actions.
So he might have just left, Lisa, because it would show.
He's in my back channel.
Yeah, you know what? But hold on, Lisa. There's something going on with that because no one has met.
No, man. You people are so
Daryl, just give us a second because we also don't have the ability to do that.
Right now. We're trying to fix this, okay? So give us an opportunity. At least we're doing an effort to fix it.
Right.
Like Kaz is not that important, but I just want to make sure that we don't do this tonight because this is just not fair when I ask.
So one of the things when Matt Cool and I was messaging each other, it kept saying the system is having issues, and none of the mods had him blocked. Not Sandra, because he was able to message everyone.
Yeah, he said he was blocked. Matt Cool said I'm blocked.
I know, but if you could message, like if someone blocks you, you can't message them. That's part of the block features. Like you can't send them a message. So with that being said, my only other logical explanation is that there's something going on with the app. Again, remember the app was down yesterday, if y'all remember.
Mm-hmm. And it's still messed up.
And it's still messed up.
I made sure that everybody blocked.
Okay, so good. So can we just let these people know?
Yeah, we can let them know. If he was kicked out,
and
it would show.
It would show in the chat.
Happen to be talking, and no one.
The one that had.
It's happening. him out.
Oh, stop, please.
He didn't. I'm gonna get kicked out.
Look, Lisa, I'm gonna move down because I had Mac Cool Blocks, and if you open a new room, just wait. Give me about 5 minutes before you buy me down.
I can't open up a new room. I'm driving. It's gonna have to be when I get home.
Okay, let's wait till you get home. Let's wait till
Does
you get home.
anybody know if he chatted? Because his chats would be gone too. But if it doesn't show it in the little clipboard, I mean, maybe he can't get in now because somebody has him blocked. But it's also anybody on stage. So tell him to go, because I had to do this. If someone is on, and you can we can get back to Misa's conversation. If someone just on stage has you blocked, you can't see the room in the hallway. So like I had to go in the house.
Does anyone have a backup account that you can bring in?
No, just tell him to go in the house, click on the room, and then he should be able to get in that way. But it's not going to show up in the hallway.
Oh, okay. So can you tell him? Oh, you're not following Cass, right?
Absolutely not.
No, I said Amari.
I follow Cass.
Okay, so give him those instructions, babe, so I won't have to break this room down and start all over again. And if you guys are wondering why we're doing all this for Cass, it's really not for Cass. It's out of respect for me. If I asked them to do something, I would just love it if they would just do it. That's it. And when you have a room, if you ask somebody to do something, just out of respect for you, I would more than certainly do it, okay? That's what we're just saying. So anywho, let's get it all straightened out so we can get back, because I know some of y'all gonna need to go back to slavery. Some of y'all need to have the whip and chains because you can't follow instructions. Really.
Lisa, this is weird because people keep coming into the room, and then I go to see, like Michael just came into the room, and he disappeared. Like before I could bring him up or invite him up or anything. So there's still stuff going on. Yeah. There's still stuff going on from last night.
Does anyone have a burner?
No, I don't. I can't afford a burner.
I don't. It might be shadow banned too, because I have a burner. Let me see if it's in the hallway. I always go to the house, because the hallway is thin. No, I can see it in the hallway. On my burner.
I don't know why it would be shadow burner.
It's not shadow banned. I can see it in the hallway on my burner. But anywho.
So yeah, anywho, we're having a good conversation, and I wanted to continue. It is so juicy.
You know what? It's not. You know what? I just looked. It doesn't show you if you did drop someone, because you had that naked guy on the stage,
and I had a naked.
No, not if you drop them. It shows if you kick them. No, it shows if you remove somebody from the stage. Because see how it says Tiffany Denise removed, Tiffany Denise reformed, removed, reformed? It shows if people are moved or kicked from the stage.
So she had a troll on stage that came up, and we removed them, and it doesn't show that we removed that troll.
Oh, well, maybe something's wrong with the app. But anywho, then maybe something bad.
Yeah, it doesn't show.
Amari, you should try to ping him then.
I just sent him a message. I told him to try to do the go in through the house. Oh my God, it's got a message.
But in the meantime, I would like to respond to the hallway.
I seen it. That's how I came in.
Comments that were made in the video.
Thank you.
Okay, so first from the person that was speaking, that was Nick Fuentes. I'm not really sure how another major recession a la 2008 would help make the country white. For example, there's technically more white individuals that are on food stamps just because of the sheer number of them. So that would not make the country white. That would contribute to making the country impoverished.
I think people are talking about his level of sacrifice, not that.
So is he conjecturing? Because how would that happen? I don't understand illogical the economic consideration. So I'll just respond as if I'm taking him seriously, which is to say that wouldn't happen. So I don't understand why that Nick Fuentes person would theorize that there would be some sort of sacrifice when literally people are sacrificing right now because they're poor. It's not a choice. It's a condition of their existence.
That didn't sound right, but y'all know what I'm saying. So then I'll bring it into the other person, what the other person was saying, Kaz. So he's saying that we all address the slave thing, but honestly, the slaves were a form of payment. Like, their labor was paid. It just kind of went to the person that owned them at the time, which was the master. So I'm not really sure how he doesn't understand that if slaves were paid, they did not own their wages because they did not own themselves. But anywho, just in case anybody was unclear about that. And the last thing, the poorest states in the nation are actually red states. So I'm not really sure, again, why we seem to confuse democratic economies versus, Republican economies. The red states are literally the most lacking in education, lacking in literacy, lacking in jobs, lacking in all the things. We know what Republican leadership looks like. I'm not sure how we continue to be confused about that. Back to the state.
Can I respond to that? Because I think Mr. Point, I think he's not trying to make this a matter of fact. He's just saying, I hate not having a white country so bad. I would love to do this instead of that. It's not an idea to say like, oh well, this is better than that. This is better. He's not saying that. All he's saying is he wants a white neighbor so bad. He's willing to be stupid, to be ignorant, to be poor, to be everything that is deplorable if he can have more white people. That's what he's saying.
I mean, okay, I'm going to take one last stab at it, Ramos, because I get it. I'm taking him too seriously. There are literally places in this country that are majority white. I mean, like, really majority white. Like, white. Like, I don't understand if he's in Idaho and the black population is not that high. If he wants a white nation, why can't he just take his ass to live in the country in Montana or something? So that's all I'll say there. Like, Nick Fuentes, like, just the way that he framed it would let me know that they need minorities and immigrants, because that's a really stupid theory. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, I'm done.
I agree with you. And not only that, I live in Texas, right? And actually, Texas is a red state. It's the second most populous state in the country, and it's a red state. And then the most populous state would be California, and then followed by New York. So those are your three biggest states, and then Florida and Georgia, whatever, right? But number one and number two, right? It's going to be California, which is obviously very, blue. It's what, like 54 electoral votes, and I'm not quite sure we have in Texas. I think it might be like 38, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, I digress. The reason why I didn't want to say this, when I'm in Dallas is a very cosmopolitan place, right? I live in a predominantly white neighborhood, right? I can count my black neighbors. But it's an upper middle class neighborhood. There's no freaking Confederate flags in my neighborhood. Now, are there white people that prefer white people? Well, it's a predominantly white neighborhood. Sure they do. But would they come out and bust a grapefruit? Probably not. Because guess why? Because they're working. They're working a lot of hours trying to get their kids to the top schools. Whether here in Dallas is probably going to be UT Austin or maybe Texas Tech, A&M. I mean, they're living real lives. I remember when January 6th happened, I was just like, you know what, let me take a peek out and see if there's any white people, doing anything crazy. I don't know, maybe got freaking.
I'm sorry, is this addressing either my rebuttal or the original?
I'm not even responding to your rebuttal.
Oh.
Because you basically said that you don't take it seriously. And I knew you didn't take it seriously, so there was no need to respond. I'm kind of speaking on the overarching about the Nick Fuentes guy, so I'm not even responding to you at all. If that makes sense. I'm not centering you at all. No offense. But you even said you were just kind of like...
Oh, no. Continue speaking. I was just asking for a point of...
Yeah. I completely disregarded what you said. Because I knew you was like this...
You can continue. Thank you. You may continue.
But you came off the app to speak to me, and I just felt that I would go...
All right.
Emphasize.
All right.
She was just talking.
No, so am I. Mr.
Well, you keep going and going. Just go with whatever you got to.
Well, she interrupted me, and I lost my train. Well, and she did it on purpose too.
I can assure you're not that special. But continue, please.
Now, neither are you. Two of us. You're not that special either.
All right. Well,
you actually have nothing.
Okay, Jesus Christ.
You had nothing to say, but you said something. But you had nothing to say.
Do you talk to the white people in your neighborhood like that?
I'll talk to anybody like that. I'm not scary like you. You're scary, not me. You're scared to die, not me.
You think the white people are gonna kill you?
Ma'am, shut up. You sound like a fucking retard.
But you actually are one. Off to the goo he goes.
Wait, is that him in his PTR, y'all?
You know, I don't care.
Well,
Oh my God.
You're too old to be talking like that.
But I really
No,
was
I think you gotta go over.
Oh.
So this is what we have to look forward to. This is what is about to happen. We're gonna deal with this every day. This is bullshit.
But I really was asking him what point he was referring to because I didn't understand, and I was going to interject that Texas has blue cities, but it doesn't matter. I'd rather people be annoying us on this app than out irritating old people, in their neighborhood. So we might just start yelling at an old black woman and call her a bitch or something. I don't know. I'm sorry, Misa.
Shut up.
Were there additional clips?
No, those are the two that were just, I think, were spot on point to what our conversation was. But yeah, to your point, what would a modern day Jim Crow look like? That's what I'm trying to contemplate. And of course, the fight that's going to ensue to try to dismantle that as we did in the original civil rights era. So I think we got a tough fight ahead of us, but we can win this. Just gotta focus in, stop calling each other niggas, and overcome.
But don't we already have a vestige of a modern day Jim Crow? Didn't we just witness that just in the last couple of days that the state of Virginia had a statewide vote and then it was shut down, and then we find out that the Supreme Court shut it down? Didn't we just witness Tennessee months before primaries literally say that they're going to remove black districts, and we're literally removing duly elected people out of office? Isn't the same thing happening in Louisiana? Was Jim Crow not actual legislation that was put in place? It was not just sentiments. It was not just MAGA. It was actually legislation. Wasn't a core part of the Voting Rights Act struck down? Haven't pieces of legislation that have been in place for over 50 years been struck down? So I would wager that we are facing a modern Jim Crow, and this president hasn't even been in office for 2 years. So what else is going to come?
That is the question, but I think that we are going to respond, and I think now we are catching up to understanding, how this is how this is happening to us. I think that we're at a point now where we're about to get activated, and the strategies need to change because they change. We need to change with the strategies and come up with new creative strategies.
So, Rob, what do you see? You say we're catching up. So, what do you see coming down the turnpike since you know what's going to happen? What do you see?
I don't say that I know what's going to happen. I think that we are going to be in a position where we're going to have to sit back. How do we take this shit down? Clearly, they have moves. Clearly, they came with a plan. 2025, they came with a fucking plan.
So, Ramos, 1 second. So, Ramos, I asked you a question because you're just you're rambling, you're talking, you're being vague, you're not giving specifics at all, and I'm afraid that you're going to continue doing that for the next 10 minutes. That's why I asked you what you see coming down the turnpike. If your answer is I don't see anything yet, or I don't know, then that's your answer. But I don't need the we need to sit down and strategize. We just need to get ready. That's not saying anything.
Okay, so let me.
It's okay to say you don't. It's okay to say you don't know. It's okay. Okay, to say you don't know.
I did say that, but what I'm suggesting is we are going to start early. The Republicans, and I mentioned this months ago, the Republicans started breeding these monster Republicans, these right wingers, since elementary school. They have had them in programs, in clubs, making speeches. They started early. And what I mentioned a long time ago is, when are we going to start to do that? I think we have a reason now to do that, to start fucking in elementary school, right? While we're fighting now, we got to build.
To start what in elementary school? To start what?
Building some coalition, building some training, something to keep our ability to vote at the top of the list of things to do. I think civics, certain civic things started maybe in high school. I remember in high school we really started to learn about government. Other than that, it was like social studies, talking about history. I think we need to start talking about making a change, understanding what our positions are, knowing how to support it, being in volunteering for registration.
Who's the we?
Elementary school.
Who's the we? So you say we need to do X in elementary school. Who's the we?
We are the opposition party to whatever the.
Wait, so we have elementary schools run by Democrats now, by the Democratic Party.
I'm saying we don't have a plan to engage them. We only take them serious. We only really start teaching it when they're about to graduate high school. That's way too late, because the other side.
And you're still talking about the Democratic Party when you say we.
Let me be specific. I think it's not just the Democratic Party. I think it's anything that's not far fascist right.
Y'all gonna get this school off the damn stage.
Rhombus, I don't understand why you feel comfortable being this vague when you talk. It's hard to follow because you're just not specific enough.
Okay, I'm gonna step away. Please.
No, I'm being honest. Okay.
I'll say my 2 cents. If I don't translate, then I'll just try to find some other.
So, what does this mean? What is that? Oh, go ahead. Hold on.
Just tell him how the should speak his truth, and that's good.
Yeah, Hurricane, what is it that you are specifically looking for him to respond, and which, like, what would satisfy you?
Just something intelligent and meaningful. That's all.
Well, what is so give us an example. If you asked yourself that question, how would you respond?
I wouldn't ask myself the question that he was trying to answer.
So he was trying to make his point, and then you asked him a follow-up question to his point, but you were clearly looking for a specific answer to respond. Like, how would you respond?
Okay, Omari, if you believe that his answer was sufficient, that's fine.
I wasn't paying attention really, but I just wanted to know what would make you happy, because you said that he was rambling. So
I'm happy now, Omari. in my real life, I'm not used to grown men sounding stupid. When they talk, they bring meaning. And so when I hear a grown man bloviating but not making sense, I'm going to ask questions. It's not the sort of thing that I expect from adults.
But maybe you're around a particular group of men who are just different.
No, they're not special. They're not special. They're just regular people with regular jobs who like to think before they talk.
Like the devil.
Hurricane doesn't get it. He don't get it. It's fine. There's no sweat off my back. It's not meant for him. It's meant for somebody else. And if he wants to ask for clarity so he can get close to it, I think it's absolutely fine. But if he is not willing to take a step forward and to try to understand or try to elaborate or try to get a better understanding of what I'm saying, that's okay too. I'm fine. I hope that somebody else listening to this can at least understand where I'm coming from. As vague as it may be, it may trigger somebody to be very specific. I'm not, look, Hurricane, I'm not talking to you now, right? I understand you. I respect that you don't speak my language. What I'm saying makes no sense to you. It's fine, dog. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, Angela,
I hope that now you can.
Is
You
that
can
you,
continue
Marlene?
on the conversation.
Yeah, that was me. That's okay.
Okay, go ahead. No, I want you to go.
No, actually, I was saying, Angela, I think Angela has something to say, and she can go after Rhonda's.
That's what I was going to say, and I'm not at home, you guys, and I'm in a public domain. What I was going to say to Ron was he usually is quite clear. There's no clarity needed. But today, believe it or not, I was going to ask some of the questions that Hurricane was asking. But maybe, Rhombus, I'm not in a place right now to be able to listen with clarity because I am distracted here. But yeah, Rhombus is usually a person that comes in with succinct thoughts and you might not agree with them, but most of the time I understand. But like I said, I'll repeat it. Some of the questions that Hurricane was asking, you wasn't even looking at the screen, so I don't know who was talking, but I recognize the voices. I would have asked those same questions just to keep the conversation, bring it to where it needed to be. Because anybody else want to ask Rhombus a clarifying question before we move on? Because Rhombus, you're a good dude. You come in here and you give us your ideas and your thoughts almost every day, and I appreciate you. So, anybody else want to ask Rhombus any? No? So we good? Okay, so Marlene, who was that wanted to talk? And
we done with Rhombus. We done with Rhombus.
You got nerves.
I thought Angela had something to say because she was interrupting.
And for me, you guys, I'm not clear on how we're getting to Jim Crow, and the room was open for that reason. After we heard Clybourne, I'm still not too clear what Clybourne was saying. You might have to play that again for me because maybe I was in transit getting from out the car into the store, and I didn't really hear the whole clip. So whoever played that, you might have to play that again.
It was Rhombus that played it. Yeah, Rhombus,
okay.
You want to play that clip again? Just so you know.
Yeah, because I'm not here, Rhombus. Please.
And stop playing Clybourne. Don't play no Nick.
Wait, somebody
she left the stage, so it's all good.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. We should have let her go.
No, she was actually interjecting in between.
But then when you put her on the spot, she was like, "Nah."
So I was like, yeah, exactly. So it's all good.
Okay, all right, you guys.
So Ron, play the clip and stop it at Clybourne because he did not say what you originally said. But go ahead, let me determine.
Okay. Playing now.
During Reconstruction overturned the civil rights act.
Yes.
So
the Civil Rights Act was overturned by the United States Supreme Court. And what if this was the 1965 Voting Rights Act? The first, they're doing it a little more sophisticated, but they're doing that. The Supreme Court is overturning the Voting Rights Act.
Be really clear.
Okay, start.
Your view is the moderate Republicans are explicitly racist and want to turn the country back toward the time it approaches Jim Crow, if not achieved.
I don't know that I would call all moderate Republicans that. I'm very circumspect about using the term. There are racists,
I don't put that label on any one person, but I know what the word means. It's just there in the dictionary. Anybody do understand it. They are white supremacists, and there are people who are supporters of this president who admit to me that they are white supremacists.
I'm sorry, hold on. This is not the same stuff. It's supposed to be going back. Like,
They thought it was a good thing.
Well, that is some of the same clip.
They're going to deny that this exists. I don't know why we would do that.
You've had people tell you to support the president, they thought slavery was a good thing.
Absolutely. Right to my teeth.
Just
Absolutely. In my congressional district.
what's that like?
Sometimes I keep picturing myself.
Stop it right there for me, please. So let's stop. So in my
You write one point in the book.
Can you pause it
The
just for a
moderate
second?
Republicans and their supporters who want to make America great again want to be.
Yeah, we got that clip. So
Are you saying you think they want to?
hello, Rhombus, you good? I don't know what's going on with Mr. Rhombus. But I do have a question for him. You when you first came on, you said that there were lawmakers that said this, but we just heard a clip where he mentioned people in his district. I didn't hear anything about current Republican lawmakers that are trying that actually made that direct statement to the Honorable Claiborne. So I don't know if you want to clarify your statement, or maybe we misunderstood. You have an opportunity to go and clarify.
This is not the clip, but maybe I misinterpreted. But what I remember the first time I heard it was like people told him to his face that they're going to try to get as close as they can to Jim Crow. So at that point, I was like, okay, let me see if I can find that clip. I thought this was that clip. He saved something very similar, but it's close enough, right? So if I muddied up the language a little bit, my apologies. I still think it's worth discussing.
Yeah, we can play.
Now that we have,
Let's play the rest of the clip, because I think there could be something that he states, and I was going to say that, Tiffany. Thank you for that. If we can hear the rest of, maybe I don't know how long, but maybe we can pause it. Like if it's longer than 5 minutes or 2 minutes, excuse me, you can pause it. But can we hear what's said after? Because there could be some other additional nuggets in there.
Well, to be honest with you, Rhombus, it's so disjointed for me now. How long is the whole clip? How long in entirety is this clip with Clyburn?
okay, so this is, I don't know how the full interview, this was a Instagram clip, right? And so I'm trying to find out how long the thing is. I can't find it.
Do you know who's interviewing him? What's the name of the individual? The lady's name?
Yeah. Hold on. This is a PBS customer, so let me bring this up.
So Claiborne, PBS.
No, I think this would be, Amari, this is important enough for us to listen to it in its entirety, because for us, we can chop it off every 5 minutes, but for us to be listening to out of sequence clips that are not going to give me any understanding, because he started in a different spot this time. You notice that?
So let me, I do apologize. Let me see if I can bring this up in the YouTube long format. And just so that you know, it's called Firing Line, right? With Margaret Hoover, all right?
With Margaret Hoover? Okay. No. That's a good, she's a good interview.
Okay, so I would like us to be able to hear it. No one has any place to go. This is Friday night. And if they're talking about Jim Crow and Clyburn is good, he's a good interview. I mean, he's going to say something right off the cuff. I mean, you know what I mean? He doesn't hold back too much. So I think it's worth us listening to it. Anybody disagree? And then we can move on from there and continue having this conversation.
I think it's worth saying. So South Carolina, I mean, I think I don't know who said, Mari said this. I mean, and then another lady who was another part, Sandra, another part of the country. I think it's worth noting that, I mean, the United States is a pretty big place. There's a lot of different people, a lot of different views and ideas. In South Carolina, I mean, there's slave ports there. My great grandmother was from Spartanburg, South Carolina. It's a pretty racist place. I don't think South Carolina is representative of all of the United States. And I think we need to take that note. We're looking through the lens of Jim Congressman, who actually happened to be the first Black American in 1971 to be advisor to a governor in South Carolina. Right? That's it. We're talking about the same guy.
Hey, Daryl. Yeah, so Lisa, I have an answer to your question about the clip. Okay, found the clip on YouTube. The interview was done in January this year, so before the Supreme Court issued its decision in the Calais case.
Hey, brother, I just wanted to correct you on that fact.
What?
So the Jim Crow laws didn't come before 19.
Oh yeah, Dave, I'm talking. Yeah, so there's nothing to correct. Just mute up.
Wait. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Mute up. When I'm done, you can talk about what you want to talk about. I'm talking about a YouTube clip. Mute up, please. You too, Chris. Mute up.
You guys mute on the stage if you're not.
You didn't even know I was off mute. Don't yell at me, gay boy.
Mute.
Whoa. Stop. You guys,
we're not going to do that.
This is a long night. Y'all already hyped up and.
Yeah, so, Nisha, the clip was posted on YouTube in January this year. It's about 30 minutes long. I can post a link in the chat. I don't know if you guys want to listen to 30 minutes, but it's Jim Clyburn talking about America, race, and where we're going in terms of civil rights. It's a bunch of stuff. So here's the.
Okay, you guys have the link. Amari, you have the link.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I can play 30 minutes of what's that, but we could start, because, you know, you might not know where to go, but I definitely got to run up and down those stairs.
Right here, brother. I just posted the link. It's said firing order with Margaret Hoover, and that's what I found.
I'm about to settle in and go to a cigar lounge and just listen.
All right, so 27 minutes.
Okay.
You don't have to play the whole thing, but I believe that's where Rhombus got the clip from. So.
And we can just stop it. Okay, so we can stop this clip it'll take a little too long every 5 minutes. I'm not sure. So you want to run Amari every 6 minutes?
I think Rhombus said he'll run it.
Okay,
yeah,
so
I'll run every 6 minutes.
Okay, so every 6.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what do you guys like? No, seriously, because I'm trying to get to the 3 minutes. We'll be forever.
Well, we're not going to get through this whole. You trying to get through this whole thing tonight?
Oh Lord. Okay, go ahead, Rhombus. Start it. Do every 5 minutes. Is 5 okay?
Oh yeah, 5 times 6 is 30. So yeah, that's fine.
All right, it's 5 minutes, y'all. You guys need to. ADD is for real, and I think RFK. Just relax. It might hear something that's going to help us with the conversation. Maybe help you make some informative decisions about what's going on with voting and should you vote and what's actually happening. This is informative. Look at it that way. Informative.
Not if you're listening to mentally ill people.
Who are you considering mentally ill, sir?
The homosexuals.
Oh my God, I can't. I just cannot tonight. Sir, can you keep your
I know them to the audience. That was absolutely called for, and that's not what this room is about.
Okay, this is just too much. I cannot control the crazies. So, all right.
Don't even try to control the crazies.
No, I'm to eat. I'm just trying to get you guys to have a room until I get home.
Some of the mods agree with what I say. That's why they brought me back up.
Oh, okay. Well, those mods are not going to speak up. So, And can you just not talk until we get through 5 minutes of this?
So the mod that dropped you approved
Exactly.
to come back up.
Yeah, and I just realized that, so it dropped me out, and it will stay that way. My bad. I do apologize, everyone.
Talk about hypocrisy.
I make mistakes. I am not perfect.
Okay. We're playing at 5? Go ahead, Robert. Calm down. Go ahead, man. Let me get a little out of here first.
The warning for the future. This is on firing.
My cautionary tale is this: anything that's happened before can happen again.
South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn is talking about segregation.
All it takes is a rogue Supreme Court, and I'm not so sure that we have not gotten there.
So you think they would reinstitute Jim Crow?
Absolutely. And I think the Supreme Court is well on the way to doing that.
Clyburn's recent book, The First Eight, is a reminder of Black Americans' political advancement and deliberate political suppression. It tells the story of the 8 Black Americans elected to Congress from South Carolina immediately following the Civil War. There wouldn't be a night until Clyburn was elected in 1992, close to a century later. And you say that it became more urgent to you to tell this tale after January 6th.
Right. I am convinced that whoever put January 6th together used a roadmap that became right out of this.
Thank you.
At 85 years old, Clyburn is a national power broker. His famous fish fry is a mandatory stop for any Democrat with presidential ambition, which is Congressman Jim Clyburn. Say now.
Firing line. Margaret Hoover is made possible in part.
Make that mistake.
Well, I think that whitewashing of history has always been a part of this country, especially since the Civil War. The people who came out of the Civil War, having lost the war, decided that was just a battle. They would continue to fight to redeem the South to its pre-Civil War days. And in my book, I refer to them as redeemers.
The Redeemer Democrats were the Southern Democrats. They wanted to redeem the South.
They wanted to redeem the South to pre-Civil War days. And constitutionally, they didn't get it done. But you will see in instance after instance, they made the decision. We're going to take our society back as close to slavery as we can get it without violating the Constitution. So now the 13th Amendment was there, which meant that they formerly enslaved were now free. The 14th Amendment gave them equal protection of the laws and, of course, the 15th Amendment, the right to vote. But the implementation of constitutional amendments rely on legislative action. And that's where they made their attacks. Straight to the legislature. And then they got the Supreme Court to interpret these things the way they wanted them interpreted. And that's how we got Jim Crow.
The first Black South Carolina member of Congress, Joseph Kane Rainey.
Yeah.
You say when you got to Congress in 1993, there was practically zero evidence that he had ever been in the same halls as Will Watkins.
That's correct. And I set out to change that.
And later you were able to hang his portrait in the Capitol, have a meeting room designated in his honor.
Right.
Why was that so important?
Well, I believe history is very important. It should not just be informative, but it should instruct. And because I believe that so strongly, I think that the extent to which we are left out of that history takes away from the foundation that our children and grandchildren can build upon.
Give people a chance. I don't know, Misa. Did you hear? Okay, so it looks like they clipped a part where he talked about Jim Crow, and then they seemed like they mashed it with another section of your original clip. Did you hear that?
I was hearing the conversation, and it sounded like the original one, but still, listening from here, the conversation is, do we really think this is viable? Like what he's saying, because this is what the room is about. He is coming out of his mouth. This is somebody who's been serving for a long time. Hopefully he won't be reelected. But,
85 years old.
yeah,
Time to retire.
Time to retire,
But he sounds good though.
He does. He should be. What do they call emeritus right now?
Yes.
He should be bringing somebody up behind him.
He should be on his porch drinking lemonade, riding away until.
No, he should be pouring all this knowledge into somebody who can come up behind him.
While drinking lemonade.
Yo,
Don't forget the lemonade.
you guys are just
Or sweet
really
tea.
silly tonight, right?
I really
That's
like
gonna be the
sweet tea.
silly room. This will be the silly room, or
Oh, no.
I think that there's more. I think that there's more interview to be listened to, and so she will ask that the question that we originally heard again, and then that was when the rest of the context will kind of roll out. But she's kind of teasing out some of the conversation, and this is that kind of like the first time we heard the word slavery come out of his mouth, because the last one he didn't say slavery. He said they don't want slavery. They want as close to Jim Crow as possible. Slavery as possible.
Right. He's talking about Rainey though. He's talking about the congressman. So when he was talking about that, he was talking about in that context. That's what I heard. So I mean, I didn't realize he was the person that got the picture in the halls of Congress. So shout out to him. That was something that I wrote down. That he did, that he was a big part of. So shout out to him for that one. So, all right, I will another 5 minutes. Let's play again. If you quick it in, Misa, you got to mute up because I can hear them cooking.
sorry.
The Chinese chicken with fingers on it.
Okay. Well, let's see.
But we said that that's what they said. So don't be surprised that he said slavery, because that's what we said earlier, over an hour and a half ago. We said, they said slavery.
But you didn't ever say Clyde Moore. He said it. Yeah, so I get what you're saying. But go ahead. But he didn't say slavery and the Republicans trying to bring it back in that sense, though. So you're still distorting it. But go ahead, Rhonda. So we're here.
I have grandchildren. I've had great-grandchildren. I think it's important for her to know who she is and from whence she came.
Robert Smalls was one of your first dates. With born enslaved, he became a Civil War hero.
Right.
You call him, quote, the most consequential South Carolinian who ever lived.
Yes.
Why?
Because he was.
What did he do?
Right. Well, Robert Smalls was born enslaved. His mother never told who his father was, but he did, because his father was not African American. And he put together a scheme to escape from slavery.
She met with Abraham Lincoln.
Yep, he escaped in May. In August, he was sitting out there in Lincoln. Smalls had become a celebrity all over the country, having escaped slavery the way he did, having been rewarded with his freedom, and with significant amounts of money. He was asked to go to Washington, sit down with Abraham Lincoln, and get permission for blacks to serve. And he left Washington having convinced Lincoln to do that. And Lincoln authorized him to go back to South Carolina and recruit 5,000 soldiers that turned into 40,000. And Abraham Lincoln said himself, and it's in the book, were it not for these soldiers, he needed them to vote for him. He only served one term, and I think those people soon saw through him.
The history of these men, especially the heroes, the ones you most admire, it strikes me that in an era where there was a move to tear down Confederate statues and to contextualize them and put them in museums and take them out of public spaces, that there's a opportunity to build statues, to build up these men, and to remind this next generation of our history.
Yeah, these things evolve. You see various portraits of Robert Smalls in places, none really official. I have not seen, I have talked with the legislator that was working on putting his likeness in the Capitol. He represents Buford and happens to be a Republican. And he's saying to me, well, Robert Smalls was a Republican. Well, all 8 of these people
were Republicans. Well, but this is the
my mother and father were Republicans. But this Republican Party today,
it's a little different.
It's a little bit different.
It's a little bit different. You say that, as a result of the tumultuous and challenging times in which we live now, this book has become much more than an introduction to heroic figures.
Absolutely.
Heroic figures who've been lost to history. It is now a cautionary tale.
Right.
And you say that it became more urgent to you to tell this tale after January 6th.
Right.
You say that the Redeemer Democrats are echoing the tactics of MAGA Republicans.
Absolutely.
Tell me more about that.
Well, this was all the stuff that they did. A guy named Witherspoon Gary, a general, they could cut it off.
Completely unoffensive, believed that Robert E. Lee should not have surrendered.
Absolutely. And he did everything he could. He, like a particular figure in the White House today, he overtook the entire mechanism. He wrote and he did give an instruction as to how to conduct himself. And one of the things he instructed them to do, always wear a red shirt. The red shirts. Today, red caps. He instructed them, rifle clubs, Ku Klux Klan, use violence. Proud Boys, that you can look at what's happening today. If you want to know what all this is about, you can get a nice, concise understanding from this book.
So are you saying these tactics echo the past?
Absolutely. In fact, I am convinced that whoever put January 6th together used the roadmap that became rapid.
How far do you think the current MAGA Republican Party, because you say Proud Boys, which are different from run-of-the-mill MAGA, how far do you think MAGA Republicans, and you even Donald Trump as the leader of the MAGA Republicans, I mean, when you reference the echoes of history, how far do you think, or are you warning that they're willing to go?
All the way.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by all the way? Because you write at one point in the book, the MAGA Republicans and their supporters who want to make America great again want to be remaking it in the image of the antebellum era. I just want to be clear. Are you saying you think they want to reinstate slavery?
No. They wish to get us back as close to slavery as they can possibly get us to without violating. Because the Constitution really can't do it. Jim Crow? Yes.
So you think they would reinstitute Jim Crow?
Absolutely. And I think the Supreme Court is well on the way to doing that. Remember, all of this started with a Supreme Court decision called Dred Scott. That's what defined and laid the foundation for all of this stuff. And then we got the case called Fletcher versus Ferguson. That's established separate and equal.
Well, of course, the Supreme.
Okay, so that was what we heard the first.
Yes. Okay, I'm glad you told
we rolled into it.
And I can't wait to hear what comes after that, because that's the part that, like Tiffany and others were stating, we need to hear that second part. But he said slavery, no. Jim Crow, definitely.
Yeah.
He said definitely. Okay, I heard that loud and clear. I have a little bit of pushback. I think since I've been coming on stages, come on, let
we were trying to have a conversation. I would say since I've been coming into space, I think people take policies disagreements as wanting to go back to a Jim Crow slavery. He voting, because you want voter IDs, voting, to have an ID to vote, that you want Jim Crow, right? Because you may have stricter immigration policies, right? That you want to go back to slavery. I'm not sure how you can put tens of millions of people in that bucket. And that's just my one pushback there. I'll land.
And not only that, Amari, it's a very abstract thing. It's like you can't approve or disapprove that statement because it's just too abstract. It's too, and that's the issue that I have with it. I mean, he's just having a conversation, and we're hyper-focusing on this conversation, and we're all going to take away our own meaning from it. But I mean, the guy's also selling a book too. Let's not forget that, right? Like Follow the Money, Find the Truth. I mean, I think this interview, obviously I understand who Jim Claiborne is. We all do. But I think things can be taken out of context or lost in translation. I mean, I want to know what time, where's the book? Does his book get published around this time? Is he on a book tour? What if we came out and found out this guy gave the same interview 30 different places at little Rotary clubs and Kiwanis clubs all over South Carolina? Would we give it the same amount of,
Okay, I got issues with that because the thing is this: everybody who was going through this administration, even the first time, has written a book, right? There are, I think, multiple reasons for that. One, you want to get that person's perspective in selling. If you're living in a MAGA world, you're going to get fired, right? So this is going to be his last hurrah getting paid. Secondly, it needs to be archived from multiple perspectives, as many perspectives that have the closest to the power as possible, adjacent, direct, indirect as possible, so that we can get the most accurate depiction of what is really going on from as many different angles. It is of service that we get this black man's perspective down, right? And he can make some money on the side, okay? Because he needs to do this.
Let's not forget that.
His practice Friday. Come on.
Now, let me just have a little quick. I want to add to that, and I really want to pass the mic. But here's the other thing that's interesting, and it reminds me of the book that I was talking about earlier that people would say was so irrelevant to what I was trying to say. I don't know why, but how he described it. Because I just read about this guy, Robert Small. I didn't know this guy ever existed, and I went and I read about him, and I shared the link. I'm a speed reader, right? I'm like, damn, this Robert Small did that during actual slavery. This guy actually got munitions during the slavery time, right? And not to mention another little nuance fact that was kind of mentioned there. He had kind of like a priority status or a preferential status. He was Haitian, born free. I think they're saying here that he actually, one thing they're saying he's a slave, but he need volunteer to be a worker to get a better context. He had slavery, agreed, and he was a freaking Confederate apologist. Let's not forget that part. And then he flipped sides after the Civil War. And then he served in the state legislature. Very interesting thing that any black person could do something like that back in the anytime after the 1860s or any time. And then he served the U.S. Treasury, the U.S. Representative as well, during a time really right before Jim Crow, right? And Jim Crow came after 1865, right? Because these were the things to put black people back in chains, this mass incarceration, all these other things. Someone said, what am I insinuating? I'm not trying to insinuate anything. I'm like, look at the facts. Guys, I'm going to say it this way, I'm going to say it plainly. Nobody's going to give you shit. And it's interesting that we know that when it comes to macro lives. Like, if somebody's going to give you a degree, or you have to go out there and earn it, right? If somebody's going to give you freedom, Or are you going to go out there and take it? Guys, white people didn't give us shit, okay? We fought for our freedom. We died for our freedom. And that's just the facts. We kill people for our freedom, period. And
you ladies, we heard a lot of the fellas. I mean, I don't know why some of y'all ladies as quiet as a church mouse right now, but what did y'all think about that last clip, that second round clip?
I'm happy that he made a distinction between the Republican Party of the past that his parents were and Mr. Smalls was in the current Republican Party, because no matter how many times people try to dispel that nasty little rumor, it will persist. I also think it's interesting that I actually just appreciate his perspective. I was reminded that this is an elder, and we don't really know what he's gone through. And it's kind of amazing that he reached that point in his life. And what struck me, and I put this in the chat, and honestly it's quite infuriating, and I apologize to all of the non-melanated people in the room, but kind of the way that even at his age, with all of his accomplishments, that he still had a tinge of pride in his voice when he said, and it's in the book, that Lincoln said he couldn't have won the war without those soldiers. As if we're still looking for some kind of approval from people that we know largely are not even worthy of seeking such, or telling us that we're not enough, or telling us that we're not worthy. That just really boiled my bum, that this lovely elder, this esteemed, refined, elegant gentleman still has to say, this is what Lincoln said. Fuck Lincoln, respectfully. Fuck his little pat on the head, like, oh, the Negroes perform well. Fuck all of them. Thank you, I'm done.
And his motherfucking pennies. Fuck him and his pennies.
Oh, wow. With that being said, we should be at, what, the 14-minute mark, Rompus?
Yeah, 13, 14, yeah, so we're like halfway there, and I can squeeze in another 5.
Well, I just want to add real quickly to what Reformatory said. I mean, Reformatory, man, it's scary.
Reformatory.
It's scary.
Girl, I know, we're twinsies, girl.
It's scary because I want to say this about Lincoln. Lincoln was a piece of shit. Lincoln he did not want you guys to be free. He did not want you guys to actually be in the war, but he was pushed to it because they were losing so badly. He wanted to save the Union. And by saving the Union, if that meant sending y'all niggas back to Africa, if that meant sending you guys back to Africa, he was willing to do that. But as it turned out, he had started looking for some place to send you guys, and then he found out that they were losing so terribly in the war. Y'all look this up. Lincoln was not your savior. He started to aggressively let you guys fight. And then when they were capturing the African Americans, instead of trying to tell them to treat them nicely, because once they caught you, they treated you worse than slaves, he refused to intervene. So just do a little backdrop on Lincoln and see how he wasn't that great emancipator that everybody tries to play him as. And I'll end with that.
Agreed, Mesa. He freed the slaves to piss off the South. But anyway, we don't have to litigate that. But I want to get this book and read it for sure.
Okay, so
Thank you. Yes, at 5 minutes so we can jump in. Thank you, I appreciate it. And everyone in the room, thanks for coming to the 420. Eventually we're going to get to some other, but this was kind of intriguing to me. I hope you just bear with us and get through it. And y'all can get back to arguing and crashing out after this is over. Go ahead.
Or during Reconstruction, overturned this bill right now.
Yeah.
This is no point.
It was like that. It was overturned by the Supreme Court. And what if this happened with the 1965 Voting Rights Act? The first, they doing this a little more sophisticated, but they're doing that. The Supreme Court is overturning the Voting Rights Act now, and it is legal to use political results
be really clear, your view is the moderate Republicans are explicitly racist and want to turn the country back towards a time that approaches Jim Crow, if not achieving it.
I don't know that I would call all moderate Republicans that. I'm very circumspect about using it. There are racists. I don't put that away into one person, but I know what the word means. It's in the dictionary. Everybody do understand it. There are white supremacists, and there are people who are supporters of this president who admit to me that they are white supremacists. I've had people who support this president tell me that they thought that slavery was a good thing. And really, for us to deny that this exists, I don't know why we would do that.
You've had people tell you to support the president that they thought slavery was a good thing.
Absolutely. Right to my teeth.
Constituents?
Absolutely. In my congressional district.
What's that like?
Sometimes I keep things to myself.
In the period that you cover in your book, nearly all Black Americans were proud Republicans, as you mentioned. Your mother and father were Republicans. All of the birth dates were Republicans.
Right.
The Redeemer Democrats did not want Black Americans in their party. This was the party of Lincoln. It was the party of emancipation. In 1990, you participated in a debate on the original firing line with William F. Buckley Jr. And the question of the debate was, should Black Americans come back to the Republican Party? In explaining why they should not, you invoked the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Here's what you said then. Take a look.
And so it seems to me that it's a Democratic Party that has come forward with those group remedies such as the Voting Rights Act. The Voting Rights Act is not individually applied. It's applied to the group because it was a group that was denied the right to vote.
Do you remember that debate?
Yes, I do.
The constitutionality of whether race can be considered when drawing congressional lines is coming before the Supreme Court this term. You write that you would not have been elected if it hadn't been for the Voting Rights Act.
Absolutely.
What is at stake 60 years later if it is not upheld?
If you're regressed, I mean, that's what happened. In the 1870s, South Carolina was allocated 5 Congress people, 4 were Black. So, and in 1902, 0 Black. So, look, a majority of the House in South Carolina during this period of time were Black. These were Black people.
Earlier this year, President Trump signed an executive order entitled Restoring Truth and Sanity to American History. He declared that there was, quote, a widespread effort to rewrite our nation's history, replacing objective facts with distorted narratives driven by ideology rather than truth. You're a former history teacher.
Yep.
What do you make of this?
Hogwash. Hogwash. The facts are the facts. For some strange reason, this administration and a lot of people in this country have decided that we can have alternate facts.
President Trump feels that that history intends to cause shame. What do you say to that claim?
But history does cause shame, but it's not the way he thinks. Slavery is shameful. Jim Crow is shameful. Lynching is shameful. All of that was made legal in this country. That's shameful. So he is correct. That history is shameful. But what he's attempting to emulate or to eliminate the side of that history of the victims, of the perpetrators.
You've been in Congress for more than 30 years.
Okay, there's a little pause, and after this we have 10 minutes. But thoughts?
believe anybody came to him and told him that about slavery to his face. I just find it hard to believe. What kind of person?
What?
I just said it. I said it. I don't believe that no one came to him and told him to his face that slavery was good. Who was that?
They could have been black, Lisa. Lisa, probably on Clubhouse.
You have to put that in context. For some people, slavery was good economically. So if they're looking at it from that perspective, and not being sensitive to the other things that occurred and just the economics, then you can see that perspective. I'm not saying it was wrong. I'm not saying it was right. I know it was wrong and cruel and all of those things. But those people were about economics and making money.
Well, yeah, that's kind of like me saying I came over and robbed and killed one of your family members, right? Although I came out beneficial, right? I came out with more money than I did. One of your family members is dead. And I think that's the thing. We can't allow ourselves to entertain and regurgitate the same bullshit. Who gives a fuck about your capitalism? If my head was the fucking head used as a damn stepping stool, fuck that. You understand? And that's what,
but you gotta remember who these people were. These were not the pig to the Americans were who?
They were fucking not refugees, they were criminals.
Thank you.
They were people that had been kicked out of other places, and
thank you.
So they were people that had gone rogue. So ultimately, when you're looking at now a group of us as black people calling ourselves proud Americans, that's almost as similar to somebody coming over, killing our family, and us now taking the opportunity to ride in the car with the same person that killed your family without saying a motherfucking thing. And that's where America looks at us as feeble-minded, right? Like these motherfuckers ain't got good sense. And rather than us standing up, batting the eye, fucking thinking any type of rebellious thought, we don't think that. We're still under the oppression of slavery.
You got a white baby mama, don't you?
Who you say, me? They say I got a white baby
mama. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was on mute.
Oh, wow. I got a question for you.
No, you didn't.
I got a question for you, Aki. I find it, and this is not, I'm not trying to be disingenuous. You and I have had some good conversations, 40 acre and mule run. And we bantered back and forth. We're brothers, right? I'm gonna push back on that, man, because my thing is,
push back on what, bro?
Well, I don't think black people are like just sitting next, batting their eye. I'm just impressed by a press, regime.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm clear and understand what you're saying. You're saying that you don't feel like you think that black people are just sitting by being passive and being feeble?
Hell, no. I got examples on why that's the case, too.
What does your political infrastructure look like here in America after we've gone through slavery?
I don't even know what that means. Actually, I don't know what that means.
I'm just saying, when you're looking at a collective body of us as black people, what type of political involvement do we find ourselves in here in America? If we don't know what that looks like, yeah, you're proving my point.
I think it's a number of different things, man. Yeah, I'm talking about Thurgood Marshall, of course.
Okay.
Right? He was black. So black, he's black.
And that's a win for us.
Is it not?
Don't
considering the circumstances.
What could be an organic.
I'm not watering down. I'm not doing that.
No, I'm just going with you. I'm going with you. You said we had
Can you at least let him finish? Because
absolutely. I will, but I thought he and I would have a conversation.
We were, and I was okay.
Right?
Me and RQ we were having a good conversation. I mean,
it was hard to understand you, Daryl, because you were in the middle of a thought. And
yes, sir.
Okay, you good, brother. Thank you. It's hard for us to have a conversation. So, hey, what I'm saying, we got Barack Obama as well, which is the pinnacle of any seat in this political infrastructure, right? It's the pinnacle, the top. What does that mean?
I don't know what that means. Go ahead, I'm listening.
No, I'm just saying, what does that mean? Because I've heard a lot of people that voted for Barack Obama.
I was one of those people.
Said that now in, the post or the aftermath of his service, that they are not pleased, right? That they don't feel like.
Can you give some a few, maybe 2 or 3 points on what people were displeased of?
Well, they feel like they didn't get anything for their vote. They felt like Barack Obama didn't do anything.
What about the affordable care? What about the affordable care? What about the affordable care?
Listen, now I didn't ask them what about the affordable care.
I'm asking you.
No, listen, brother, listen.
Okay.
You asked me what did they say. You asked me what they said, so I'm giving you what some of the people that actually voted for Barack Obama, what they said.
People like
right? They said they didn't benefit any.
I don't feel that way.
From Obamacare or anything.
I don't feel that way.
So right. Okay, I don't want to cut you off, brother.
No,
I'm talking about 30 and Marshall. And I guess us actually progressing via your eyes here in America in 2026, correct?
It sounds as if you believe, IQ, that people wasted their votes by voting for Obama. It sounds as if you believe that.
I don't think I said that, so could you please go on mute and stop assuming things because you were kind of interrupting the dialogue.
Yeah, it has to be done because they're not going to play in my face.
What are you talking about, dude? Who are you?
Just go on with your point, IQ. You said that some people...
Who the fuck is this? What is your point?
All right.
Who the fuck are you?
You said that some people felt that Barack Obama did not perform well. And your next point was?
How do you feel about it? And he refused to answer the question.
No, right now I'm talking about the people that actually voted.
Yeah, but Daryl says he's interested in your opinion about Barack Obama.
All right, we're going to move on with the clip.
Yeah, we've got 5 more minutes.
I'm just going to tell niggas on the word.
Shut the fuck up, you faggot ass nigga.
Okay, we're not going to do that.
Don't say shit about yourself or nothing if you don't want it, you old bitch ass boy.
Yeah, you're the big boss. You're the big boss.
Come on, guys. We don't have to move y'all down.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Gender Democrats coming to play. You've announced that you will be making an announcement about your future in Congress in the coming months.
Right.
What is your perspective now from where you sit about a new generation of Democrats?
Well, I believe they're very strong with. And people tend to forget, when I became a member of Congress, I had a staff. My chief of staff was 29 years old, the youngest on Capitol Hill. So I asked the question a lot. The youngest still with me. He's been with me for the entire 32 years. So I'm supposed to fire him. He's now too old. I got to get another 29-year-old. It's so I mean, come on. I got elected at 52. I wish the attention of the public was placed on why is it that Jim Carter gets elected to Congress at a time when white politicians would be retired. Why was I did not get to Congress? I was 52. Why was it there 95 years between number 8 and number 9? Nobody focused on that. Everybody focused on, are you too old to be here? Well, I kind of think I was too old to be a freshman congressman.
And you say that this is a cautionary tale. This book is as much a history as it is a cautionary tale.
Right.
What is your precautionary warning?
The one of
next generation.
My cautionary tale is this. It's really term. Anything that's happened before can happen again. That's the whole deal. Just remember, all it takes is a little dream for it. And I'm not too sure that we have not gotten there.
as you reflect on your own life and your work and your legacy, what message do you have for those who follow you, who are the next eight?
I make this a standard. Politics is not complicated. It is very, very simple. It's called building relationships. When you offer for office, build a relationship with the constituents you're seeking to serve. Get to know who they are. Get to know their families. Get to know their communities. Deal with their dreams and their aspirations. Not yours, but theirs. They are the ones that hold your future. Not you. They hold it.
Are you optimistic about the chances for Democrats in the next cycle?
After the most recent election, yes. But before the most recent election,
You weren't so sure
was not sure at all.
because of leadership?
No, because of the results of election after election. They kind of lethargic. View the action that people took on elections.
And Donald Trump had increased the share of black male voters by double, by 50%.
Simply because people are lost.
You think that black male voters doubled their support for Trump because they were brainwashed?
They believe that's foolishness. When I first started in politics, I used to say that there's no substitute for substance. I used to say that a lot.
Do you still believe that?
No.
Why?
Because style trumps substance. And that is an intended pun.
So what does that mean for the future?
It means we got to get beyond the style. We got to get back to substance. You got to say, I don't care how pretty the language. I don't care how forceful the language. What is the substance? When you have insulin costing $600,000 and $700 a month for a person, and you get that insulin reduced to $35 a month, what's the most important to that person? The substance of that decision or the style within which you make it? And you got a person with a lot of style now that's removing that cap and will let insulin go back up to $600 a month. That's why I said we have reached the point in this country. The style seems to trump substance.
How do we get back, and what gives you hope?
We have to start electing people to office who believe in the Constitution, who believe in representative democracy. And I say that because that's what a republic is. A representative democracy. And when Benjamin Franklin first intoned that we've given you a republic, if you can keep it, he himself expressed a doubt as to whether or not this country would be able to keep this republic.
Do you think we can?
I think we can, but the question is, will we?
Really?
I have no idea. That's the message.
I'd love to end on how you were going to reflect on your legacy.
Well, each individual does take those to the fact that they have something to say about this. Gays, who started Jim Crow, won the presidency by a vote of 185 to 184. Reconstruction came to an end by one vote. Jim Crow became the law of the land by one vote. So I ask everybody, which will be your one vote?
Representative Joe Clyburn, thank you for trying to fire anything.
Thank you.
Firing line.
Oh wow, I did not know that. Oh my God.
conversations actually, when you're talking about the substance, right, and looking at the title up at the top, this America that we're in was raised on the back, the blood, sweat, and tears of your ancestors. Not everybody is equal and everybody is the same. No, the fuck that not. When you're talking about reparations, we've allowed ourselves to let these other people come up in the conversation talking about reparations. But nobody has gone through what our ancestors have gone through here in America. Fuck watering the story down, fuck trying to deny it, right? Even in our historical content, it's not a one where we get to tell the story and narrate the story. It's where they sell the shit to us.
That's right.
Right? So that's the reality. What we have to question ourselves. When America used to call Negroes feeble-minded, you have to ask, how far have you advanced from that status? Who is teaching you? Who's teaching your children? Right? Are they the benefactors of slavery? The beneficiaries? 9 times out of 10 they are. 80% of the people that teach our children are white folk. So when we're talking about this, we are the world, no. When we come into the table, there's nowhere in the hell we can open up business as a collective if you've been stealing money from me. Before we open up that goddamn business, we're going to have to talk about this money you owe me. You understand? If we don't talk about that, then guess what? It's safe to assume that I'm just a feeble-minded motherfucker that's going to allow you to do the same shit again. So ain't no use of talking about dealing with damn near the whole system needs to be fucking destroyed, right? I do agree with what the brother said about being brainwashed, but that's on both sides. That's on the blue and red side. They are both wings of the same fucking bird. So I think the more that we understand that, we can get to it. Let me land real quickly. That's so very accurate. That's so very accurate. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And I can tell you how I can prove that it's accurate. Because once you advance
on both sides.
When you advance all of the colors and shit, right? You understand that typically all those presidents, they have to go through some Ivy League school, right? Whether it be Harvard, whether it be Yale, they have those things in common. So what you find out that these motherfuckers are selected, not elected. You understand? How many, 40-something of them are blood relatives? So we dancing around thinking this shit is just all by fucking chance. No, it's not. When we talking about understanding...
Okay, can you land in 30 seconds, Mr. Akeem?
Yes, ma'am. I'm landing now. When we're talking about substance, and I know you guys are quick, so I'm ready to hear what you got to say. When we're talking about policy, we should be talking about things that are helping to progress the black man and black woman. But first, we have to have knowledge of self of who is the black man and black woman. This is where your education comes online. But I'll land with that.
Thank you.
I was on Vike. I thought that was BT at first. But it's IQ. Okay. What do you think, Nisa, about the clip? I mean, that was
actually very good, and I appreciate Rhombus for bringing that to the room. Thank you. I enjoyed it, actually. So, and I'm not a Clyburn fan, but I did enjoy that interview. So, this is what I have to say about everything. I listened quietly. I tried as best I can to stay on mute. This notion that the Republicans and the Democrats are two wings of the same bird is crazy. It's crazy, not crazy calling you crazy, sir. It's just this statement that people have latched on and tried to make sense of it because it sounds good. You know, some KFC Golden Corral shit is crazy because the Democrats and the Republicans are nowhere near on the same. They might be attached to the same bird or the same right, but they're just totally different. The Republicans have not put through any legislation to help anyone that is of need. Not one. If you bring one up, I will apologize. But other than that, the Republicans are for the rich
Republicans or for the people who are already of means. They have not brought one social program to light that I'm aware of that helps people who are in need, that are in the throes of struggling, trying to make ends meet, trying to go to school, trying to get relief. None of that. So how could with a broken wing? And then Democrats are always the ones who are trying to offer what? Get your tuition, health care, equal rights. And I bet you that last Jim Crow vote was from some white Republican, current day Republican. So it's just crazy to me. I don't even understand how you want to keep on saying that we're in slavery, our minds are in slavery. Well, if our minds are such in slavery, then why are we constantly so much dissension among us if we're in slavery? Because the slaves had to be together. Them slaves weren't all, only the people who were dissenting, like the ones who ran the rebellions, they were the few and far between. So we're constantly going against each other. Look at Clubhouse. Look at this room. Agree on hardly nothing, but we agree on probably the destination, but we don't agree to get there. And some of y'all don't even agree with the destination, basically. So I'm just gonna be quiet. Then, Ari, I'm almost home. If you give me like 20 minutes, I'll be able to.
20.
I'm sorry.
Just so people know, 20 minutes and Lisa is about 4.
An hour.
So you gotta multiply because she's gonna then stop at like Lowe's.
I already stopped.
Stop at Ross. Then stop.
No, I'm shopping Ross. I don't like Ross.
So yeah, okay. So you'll be home within an hour, just to be safe. I gotta. Again, I'm not trying to trigger nobody. And where's Michael at? Because I know he did. I try to be mindful when I say things that I'm not trying to throw anything out there to trigger anybody. But does anyone believe, like, if you look at us, like when you look at voting, like a place like California that has not had a black governor, right? I mean, with New York, I think had deacons in the 90s, right? Who else? You look at like 2 mayors in Los Angeles, I believe. Karen Bass, I think, and Tom Bradley. I'm going by memory, and they about to get rid of Bass. They literally. Okay, let me bring you back. Where's Sandra at? Sorry, she just messaged me, so bring her back up. So it can leave the red states, leave Republicans out of it. But do you believe that even the parties such as Claiborne Party can do better? Can we have an honest conversation that they do a better job than Republicans? Great. We'll give you a pat on the back for that one. Do you think they could do better in promoting black people? Are you up, Sandra? Anyone on the stage want to?
Of course they could. There's wealth disparities, there's income disparities, there's educational disparities, there's literacy rate. I mean, of course, this country could do better. They could start with reparations. They could start with anti-black laws. They could start by, that they could keep the laws that they somewhat put in place to protect and assist us. Of course. I mean, I think that's a pretty easy question to respond to.
I mean, have we even gotten an apology at this point? If we have never gotten, not to say we need a payout, have we even gotten an apology?
I think so.
You say you think so?
Yeah, I think I forget when.
In the 90s, they wrote an apology about it. Yeah.
America wrote an apology.
I don't want to
say
an
apology.
My ancestors are dead.
It was something they passed, not passed, but it was something in Congress.
That is very performative. We don't want no damn apology.
Right, but I mean, just even insisted. We're talking about now trying to make it right for these people. Do you feel as if they are the ones that are now trying to make it right for those people that still suffer from disparities
that are plaguing black folk residually from slavery. So when they talk about these Fortune 500 companies now being able to get their substantiation from slavery, right? You wouldn't see them as
they're trying to give us every symbolic opportunity to say they're sorry and to ask for forgiveness. They will not give us anything material. It is a
I don't even think they're going to see what they're going to say. I'm sorry, Jimmy.
But he asked, could they do anything better?
And you know what? Can I Hurricane, you there? Because I think Hurricane, this might be a good question for you.
Holiday.
What is two things that if Democrats take the House, the White House, and the Senate in 2028, what is two things that can really make things better for Black Americans all throughout this republic? Hurricane.
He must not be there.
Oh, I see Des is on stage. Des, can you respond to that?
Yeah, sure. So I know there's a lot of issues with holding certain companies accountable in terms of like Flint, when you talk about the water and quality and individuals who live in impoverished neighborhoods. We're also going to talk about urban planning. Housing and urban planning has an idea to pinpoint Black people in specific areas and also medium wealth and income of those individuals, and knowing that, hey, Black people live in this area, so we're going to give them access to certain food sources. We're not putting a Whole Foods in a Black area. We're putting, this check cashing place, this strip mall, and this check cashing place here. But we're not going to. Exactly. So that is a big thing.
Liquor store.
We're correct, yes, sir. So that goes on. And what I wanted to kind of get into that kind of help with that, kind of build on my point from an economical standpoint, was this idea that the Republicans are going to implement legislation to help with trickle-down economics back from 2017 Reagan era to the 2025 Trump era. I'm sorry, 2017 Trump's first term, that extends the tax cuts from previous Republican administrations, and then also in 2025.
Don't forget the Bush tax cuts.
Yes, sir. Bush and Reagan. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So Obama did actually continue them, just so you know.
But all right. So yeah, I'll come back. We'll go back to that later. But basically, what's going to happen with that legislation? If that legislation continues, and with compounded with AI, right? The first thing to go when maximizing and optimizing a company in terms of income is labor. So individuals who are at these high median incomes in Washington, D.C., where I live, $100,000 median, Black Americans making the most money you ever seen in PG County, they're no longer making that money because Doge comes in and cuts and kills off the incomes of historically a lot of Black folks who live in those counties. So now those individuals who are pinpointed PG County, Black people live here, we're going to give them access to this. We cut their income primarily in this area, so now there's a housing crisis in this area. A lot of this legislation is compounded together and absolutely is attacking African Americans. It's like legislation that is passed between Doge, AI and automation gets rid of tier 1 analysts in the government who are primarily African American women working at Booz Allen Hamilton and PricewaterhouseCooper, and they were tremendously in a lot of government jobs. Parsons gone, black women gone. Like, it's primarily, and I've watched it happen. I used to work in the White House. Literally, like, a lot of Black folks who were working in these executive positions are cut completely, and they're not held accountable. Well, I mentioned Flint, Michigan first. Elon Musk was head of Doge. He was being sued by the EPA for Tesla dumping in waterways. And then while he was being sued, the Trump administration removed the head of the EPA who was responsible for heading that investigation. So that lawsuit went away. So now they can continue to dump. And who are they dumping on? at work because you're cutting taxes for the rich, one. Then you're not holding them accountable when they cut corners too, which is why I mentioned the EPA. Cutting corners, dumping waste, reducing your cost, right? AI. So now you're reducing your cost with cutting labor, right? And now you're increasing automation, and then you're going to keep the surplus from the amount of money that you would not have paid in taxes, the amount of money that you're not paying in labor, the amount of money that you're not spending on research and development, and then you're going to take that income, and then Bernie Sanders pointed out that the highest paid manager is 192 times paid less than the highest CEO, which means that these CEOs and these owners and these tech billionaires are not 190 times richer than ever. And that means that that service is not going back to the people. It's going in their pocket.
Yeah, that's what America was going out for.
Thank you, Des. I've forgotten about that with Elon Musk. And wasn't he under investigation by like at least 5, right? 7 different federal agencies. And all of that went away. Thank you for reminding me of that.
Yes,
Thank you.
so many. And
Yes.
together, both of them. There's a ton of there's a page. I'm gonna try to drop it in the chat. 13 different government agencies all had investigations and lawsuits against Tesla, Elon Musk, and Donald Trump, and they all got dropped because every last one of their whoever runs that agency was removed.
Hey, Des, I want to follow up on a question. So Andy Bashir and then also even Wes Moore have talked about governors have to govern as well, right? They have a responsibility to govern and not just blame Trump for everything. Again, I go back. I know Trump is always the kind of the conversation, but is there anything you would like to see, again, like legislation-wise, if they take the House, the Senate, and then also the White House, and then in addition, do you think governors and blue states should try to do more? Because I'm looking at Los Angeles unemployment, I'm looking at California Black unemployment, it's high, and they have the trifecta in the state when it comes to the House, the State House, the Senate, and the governors.
Yeah, I would like to see breaking up of banks and breaking up of large companies. Because once we have this concept of, remember, the 2008 savings and loan crisis, possibility of it happening again and happening worse. If the Democrats were to take the House and I start to see legislation that was passed in order to improve the lives of an everyday American, we need to see the breaking up of these massive companies. Right now, the way things are going, Nike just laid off 30% of its workforce when it comes to making shoes. Didn't like Amazon lay off a large portion of their workforce? Facebook laid off a large portion of their workforce. I did a contract, I'm in tech. I did a contract for Eli Lilly. After we finished building out their IT service intelligence, they fired 80 to 90% of the people after we're done. So they automated the processes. They fired everybody and kept like 10%. And then increased their profit margins because they no longer have to pay that labor. So if you break up these companies one by one, and then you start to make them compete against each other again, that's simple economics. When they have to compete, it reduces the prices. And when it reduces the prices, it's a little bit better for all the everyday Americans. If I can see legislation passed, and also the redistricting and stopping of the gerrymandering, stopping of the redlining that we're seeing, that primarily affects African American districts that are inhabited by Black people of color, that needs to happen as well. And I think that Wes Moore is going to do a good job as governor of Maryland. Hopefully he steps in and starts to make some changes as well. And there's some other governors as well. But yeah, I land on that.
So there was a question thank you, Des. There was a question in the chat. Shout out to an educated Black man. There was a question in the chat about, and I quote, "What the fuck does a big company have to do with oppressing Black people? Nothing." Does anybody want to respond to that?
I mean, you're an economic lady. I mean, sure.
Yeah,
I get
but
the question for you.
that's an economic man. He has the actual degree in economics.
I think that's really sad. So, what the fuck big company have to do with oppressing black people? That is so sad. So here's my thing. Okay, so here's what I'll say. All right. To my brothers and my sisters, black, white, whatever, it is very important to sit down and read, right? So we got to understand, if large companies come together and say, hey, you know what, we're going to cut labor, they're cutting labor, and then that affects the job market. So now you have less jobs that are readily available to us, right? When large companies eat other companies, so let's say, Amazon originally, I think it was like 3 different companies. And then, Verizon was Bell Atlantic and 3 or 4 different companies. My father worked at Bell Atlantic, and then when they merged, it became Verizon. He lost his job. So now you have less opportunities with a smaller number of companies. Now leveraging automation, those jobs that used to be available to us are no longer available. So now that's a loss of income and a loss of opportunity, because automation will take over your job. And now when you have less companies, instead of 1 or 2 or 3 different companies automating everything, they're eaten by a larger company, and then that company automates those tasks. So now you have less granular jobs on a one-to-one basis, which you can step in, put in your resume, and get a job. So there's going to be less availability. So that's what I'm trying to kind of illustrate to you.
So that's would you say, breaking up the big companies? Okay, that's one option. But if AI is here, and a lot of there are plenty of small companies as well that are implementing artificial intelligence into their work stream. So wouldn't it be to do something where you actually have some type of universal basic income if these companies are going to lay off, instead of just breaking them up, yet maybe designing a tax system or something to make sure that the people in this country have the basic needs, at least, while we're going through this?
Elon Musk mentioned that. He mentioned a utopian society after all this automation is to be optimized.
Right.
I just don't see it. There's no way. It doesn't make sense. They're creating a society, which the original topic of the room, where I joined the room, was what we talked about, the Republicans bringing slavery. Well, I see what I'm seeing here is a massive barrier to entry for every company. If me and you wanted to start a business to get into hair, right? Black women, we love our black women's hair. Me and you want to start a business to get into that. There's 1 or 2 companies at the top that are so big that if they're too big, we can't enter the market to compete against them, because we cannot create a product and then charge a price that can compete with their price, and we can't make it cheaper than they can make it. So now we have a barrier to entry, and now we cannot enter into any market as we please. So that's why we want to talk about breaking up these companies, 1. And then 2, we talk about slavery. We talk about the fact that we have less options, which is very important.
And I just want to add to that point, thanks, Des. Sorry, I'm just putting the spotlight on you tonight, is that an example of a corporation oppressing someone. So, for example, Barack Obama, with the Affordable Care Act, actually, I believe it was around that time of that legislation, mandated that 30 hours was, could be considered full-time, and that you had to qualify for benefits. That doesn't mean that the company has to pay for those benefits. That just means that they have to offer benefits. So one of the ways that a corporation might oppress you is literally in the middle of your shift, before it approaches 30 hours, tell you to clock out, because they don't want you to go over that hourly limit, even if they schedule you, let's just say, for those 30 hours, right? An example of oppression is Amazon. We have heard stories of Amazon workers that have literally died on their shifts because the metrics that they have to keep up with are literally logistically impossible. We've heard of them having to pull over and to urinate in bottles, so much so that at the Met Gala, that had, fashionable water bottles that were basically there to represent all of the Amazon workers and the contract workers that don't even have time to go and stop to the bathroom. So if you don't understand what oppression is, those are just two examples that come to the top of my head, right? Not having protections in place. Since we're on Tesla and Elon Musk, when he moved to Austin, there was literally employees. I believe he lost fingers or a hand because there's no OSHA enforcement. I won't say protections because they're supposed to have it. And just to follow up on what Des said in terms of the economy, just to further prove to you guys that this is not a sustainable model, I agree with everything that he said. You guys hear me say this all the time as a reminder that we are a very consumer-driven society. 70% of gross domestic product is literally what you and I buy every day. Now, the wealthy buy more and more, but we don't want that gap to widen because then we're completely dependent on the wealthy. So can anybody on stage, if y'all bear with me for 1 or 2 more minutes, can anybody on stage tell me, do robots get paid? Does AI get paid that takes over these jobs? Does automation get paid? Just a guess, yes or no?
No, they do not.
They do not. They don't get paychecks. So another question, are they going to go out and put those paychecks back into the economy, of which lower income and middle income people pretty much spend, about 70% of their paychecks on necessary items such as housing, clothing, shelter, food? I'll answer that one. Yeah, the robots aren't going to go out after work and go to happy hour on the weekend. We literally saw what happened during COVID when downtowns in major cities, I'm in Houston. Do we know what happened to a lot of those little mom and pop shops, the cleaning, the dry cleaners, the little happy hour bars, because people were working downtown and they were working from home? Do we not remember what happened? We thought that we were going to have a commercial real estate recession. And even now, a lot of medium-sized banks are basically who are the ones that take care of a lot of those commercial real estate loans, are literally drowning in a lot of debt. But nobody really talks about that because it's not sexy, it's not being in a tweet, it's not fun. So what do y'all think is going to happen when the robots are working, when AI is doing our jobs? They're not going to be going to those little places downtown, right? So what do we think is going to happen to the overall economy at that point? Because it's not going to be able to sustain itself.
So that goes back to my point. So like if you have too much AI or too many robots, no one's getting a paycheck. And the domino effect would be no one's going to be out spending money because you're not going to have any money. So pretty much. So I can't imagine that our lawmakers at the local, state, federal level will be like, okay, all these products that we are importing, because remember we're importers, pretty much is going to stop, right? We're going to now become a third world country.
Well, I'm not saying we're going to become a third world country, but if you're not familiar with Dark Enlightenment, I suggest that you read up on that theory. I suggest that you read about Peter Thiel. And the people that are in charge, guys, guess what? They don't always make the best decisions. We know that a lot of economic theory is just theory, but here are a couple of things that we know to be true. A lot of people think that the stock market is the economy. But let me just read a couple of things to you from an email that I got from something that I subscribe to from the New York Times that I get my daily And the title is, it's looking an awful lot like a tech bubble. It's not a tech bubble, of course, because a lot of these companies are doing well, but let me just give you a little bit of numbers. Qualcomm, I'm not giving financial advice, by the way. Qualcomm is up 1,200% in the past year, 1,200%. SanDisk is up 915%. NVIDIA, 390%. Lam Research, 460%. And MicroStrategy, 1,260%. This is insane. Just FYI, throughout the third week of March 2000 is when we had the tech stocks in the NASDAQ composite were up an average of 622%. Through this Tuesday, they were up 784%. So there's a lot of people that are very, very happy right now that the market is performing very, very, very well. But as we're happy to go into, but I do not want to change this into a, market room. When companies lay off, right, what does that mean? Pretty much for their profits. What does that mean for their bottom line? Do their expenses increase or do they go down?
They go down.
They go down. So I'm a shareholder. Am I happy about that? What, your expenses have decreased? What? Yay! Let me go buy more stock. Woo, woo, woo. You mean government is partnering with, Intel and you're going to put $100 billion where? Oh my God, this is freaking awesome. Yeah, so everybody's all excited. The president is tweeting about the stock market, but does the average person participate in the stock market? No.
So maybe just a question.
Do you get the point? They don't know what they're doing always. And then, of course, we have the president. No, I'm going to land here, but you got me going here. Then we have the president that also decided to invent. Well, thank you. Then you got the president, right? Because we're just people. We're just Americans. We're just consumers. We're just citizens. We don't really have any power. We participate in the process, and we hope that our guy wins for the most part. But then you have the president that decides to invade Iran. Can anyone tell me, has that had an impact on your daily finances, expenses, anything like that? Anybody? Has that impacted jobs, transportation, commerce, cost of goods and services, supply chains? Anybody?
Oh, but I thought he was supposed to lower the cost of eggs. Isn't that why they voted for him?
I thought he was supposed to lower the cost of eggs too. But hey, $5 a gallon for gas ain't bad. Anyway, I'm done.
I think Russ had a question for you, and welcome to the stage, Russ. Never haven't seen you on the stage. Welcome.
Hey, thanks very much. Really appreciating this conversation. As you were sort of describing platform and rationale for voting for the left as distinct from what the right is doing, and I'm left of left. I've been concerned that the climate crisis is not being perceived as a social justice issue, where the evidence base is it's going to disproportionately cause suffering amongst Black and brown people. There's a clear evidence base about that. And it's not just in the U.S., it's worldwide. It's sub-Saharan Africa. And so, to my mind, this needs to be part of the platform. And I was wondering what your thoughts are about that.
100% agree with you. Right now, I'm actually in conversations. I have a lot of friends who are government contractors working at DOD, and they're discussing the data centers that are currently being proposed to be built in Prince George's County, which is a predominantly Black area down just outside of D.C. So there's a lot of gentrification going on in D.C. A lot of people that used to live in D.C. who are African American moved out to Prince George's County. Right now, they're in proposing legislation to go ahead and move forward with building out the data centers, which they believe, based off of preliminary build docs, that there's going to be an increase in the amount of pollution and a decrease in the air quality in that area due to that. So there's a lot of pushback from those individuals living in that area. Some protesting as well, and those conversations are continued. So I definitely appreciate you bringing that up, because yes, that is not something that is just in the U.S. It is also worldwide. Down in Caribbean, Guyana, the largest oil installation of Exxon, right off the coast of Guyana, right down when the Venezuelan and Guyana are fighting over that oil. There's a lot of pollution too affecting the people, as people at the very top are making money while everyone else's water is getting polluted in that area. But yeah, 100% agree with you. Thank you for that.
And I appreciate that. Let me just add, if you look at the demographics, who lives coastally? It trends younger and, more impoverished and more Black and brown. And who do you think is going to have the money to decamp to high ground as the ocean rises? Because that's happening. That's going to happen. And that's white people. Anyways, I I'm really interested in, this becoming part of these conversations because I think it's, bullseye.
Yeah, I appreciate the question, Des. I don't know if you want, or also reformatory. What do you call her, Nisa? Reformatory?
Only Nisa can call me reformatory.
I thought when I saw reform and reclaim, I thought I was toying up in it earlier. But do you have anything for us?
No, I think that question was answered honestly, and thank you for bringing that up because I never thought about that. Like, there's just so much that's happening because I say this all the time because we're such a globally and nationally connected economy and society that there's just so many variables now, right? Like, we know that in Florida, a lot of people are being priced out because the insurance companies are running off. Didn't they do the same thing in California? Didn't the governor literally had to legislate that the insurance companies couldn't drop a lot of those homes that were burned because they were making claims on the policy? In my opinion, y'all, when we have to have government intervene for just basic, I won't say human decency with corporations, but just basic enforcement of their laws, of their arrangements, of their agreements, of their products, of their offerings, we got a fucking problem, right? Because climate change is real. I'm in Houston. We went from 100-year flood to another 100-year flood to like 1,000-year flood. We had major flooding within areas 3 times in 2 years. We can't sustain that. We have flooding in areas that were not previously considered flood zones. When you have a flood zone, you live your house in a flood zone, then you pretty much have to pay extra for flood insurance, and the average age for people to purchase a home now is 40. So we're going to have people start buying houses when they're 50? I'm not really sure that we've thought this through as a nation, as communities, as the people who put politicians in office, because y'all, we're about to get screwed. We're already oiled up and in position right now. Sorry for me being explicit, but hey. Did that answer the question?
I totally appreciate that. And listen, if it's newly occurring to you, I'd say spread the word.
Thank you, sir. And thank you guys for being in this space. And shout out to Amari for modding the space as well.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. It's and how AI is going to make things work, and how AI is going to make things worse. In addition to that, we kind of talked about the slavery, Jim Crow stuff, and Republicans again trying to gut the Voting Rights Act. And Clybourne's book that he talks. He actually predicted it before.
Excuse me, I'm gonna stop. And how is AI going to negatively affect the Black community?
I think if you're looking at, let's say, customer service jobs, or jobs that maybe, and I would say Black. I know a lot of people want to put Black in it. I look at what I call jobs for that are people who are generally within like the low income range, class, like, and so customer service, things of that nature.
Low income, we're not
low paying,
low income.
No, I'm talking about jobs. You're talking about jobs, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I don't. When people say Black, I think you're gonna have a lot of people, including white people.
Yeah, in addition to that, it's gonna kill the transition jobs. So what happens now, when I step out of college, I graduate, we also talk about social class, not just African Americans, but individuals in the working class. What happens is when I step out of college, I graduate. But when I try to get a job, I take a job as a tier 1 analyst. I take a job in help desk. I take a job in like something that is what we call transitional. I take like a year, 2 years to get to my feet wet, understand the system, how it works. AI is doing what I would have done to start my career. And then there's no social mobility. So the lack of social mobility and the lack of not being able to move to the next level, because whatever I used to do in order for that transitional job is now automated, an automated process utilizing Ansible and Linux and going in the back-end command line. The command line, someone's doing that on the back end, and that's automated. And they'll have a seasonal worker come in. He'll work for 6 months. he'll build out the automation tool and then leave. And they'll pay them an exorbitant amount of money. And then automation tool will continue to run, and it's cheaper for the company to do that as opposed to pay me labor and health insurance and 401k health and dental. So.
Okay, so with that.
And like, who the fuck is that? Right? So that's why AI is good in one sense, but it could have a hell of an impact on us from another sense. Not just losing jobs, but our health, our finances, our freedom.
Thank you. This is a great conversation, guys. Thank you, Lisa.
This is my first time in this room.
Welcome to the 420.
Welcome to the 420. So, anybody else? Misa, sounds like you are at home.
I think she said she wanted to speak pretty Lord, I'm calling. Did you want to say something, Pretty Red?
I just wanted to speak in regards to the guy that was just speaking about the justice system, in the database, so forth. The AI, such as like ChatGPT and so forth like that, that's still artificial intelligence that still comes from actual real people. So when we talk about this justice system, do you even care about, or do you even know what's the data for Black femicide or even just Black homicide? Do you know the data on that? Because I do. And I've noticed that we, as Black people, we talk about how other races of people, especially white people, are the ones that are killing us at a high rate and so forth like that. I'm not saying that's what you said, but I've noticed a lot when we have these kind of conversations about things being, there's no justice and so forth like that for Black people and so forth. But why isn't that we're not talking about homicide that's being committed against Black women and children? When I looked up that database, it's not a good number. It's also not a good number, too, that Black men have a high homicide rate for not only just being victims at a high rate, but also you guys are at a high rate of being offenders as well.
Yeah, so I don't know the exact numbers because I've been retired for about 10 years, but I worked in the profession for 25 years, right, in Compton and Watts. And, in the FBI task force, so if you saw The Wire, I did that for like 2.5 years before 9/11. And I'm currently getting another degree in AI. So my passion has been really about making sure that we're represented at the table when it comes to these numbers. So yeah, you're right. But if you take that data, if you take what you just said and then you amplify that and you put it into a system, that system, all it's going to do is teach itself that that's correct, right? And all I'm saying is that we need to be sitting at the table so that we don't become a victim of the other things that are happening in our community, right? So we got to make sure that the data that's being put in, because when you look at the crime rate, when you look at sex offenders, violent crimes, most of those are committed by white people. You got to remember that Black people only occupy certain parts of the United States. Pretty much in the interior of the United States, Black people don't live, right? So they're giving us stats based on areas that are populated by Black people, but when you cut away the statistics, when you go into the Department of Justice website and you start looking at statistics, then you begin to realize that white men are the more violent, they're the more predatory, right? And it's not a Black or white thing, it's just these are what the statistics say. But the message that out into the world is that we're the most violent, right? And the government statistics don't show that. But they promote something else. Well, I'm not saying that what you're saying isn't valid, that Black men are killing Black men at a high rate and that they're going to prison for it. I'm not saying that that's not true. I'm just saying that the statistics are skewed so that it looks a particular way because it promotes it promotes a narrative about a demographic, right? So that people in the world are afraid of Black people, right? And I'm not trying to make us like we're like the goody two shoes and we're the victims of, but what I'm saying to you is that the system is turning that way, and then when you start putting that data when you start to put these sets of data, so data sets into AI, who do you then argue with? You can't argue with the machine, right? Then who do you hold accountable? Do you hold the government accountable? Do you hold the programmer accountable? Do you hold the company that he works for or she works for? Do you hold them accountable? Do you hold the company that sold it to law enforcement or to the healthcare industry? Do you hold them accountable? Do you hold the surgeon accountable? Who do you hold accountable? Because they're putting this stuff in place where there's no transparency and that there's no accountability. So then it comes back to the thing, which is AI, and automation, right? Nobody ever gets held accountable, but a whole lot of people die or go to prison or lose their homes or lose their finances as a result of it.
But how I would kind of sum up the guys' exchange.
Can I finish having dialogue with Des, please? Thank you.
Sure.
I do want to say this. We keep talking about these systems, right? And how these systems are being stereotypic. Okay, I get that, right? But when are men, especially Black men, going to take accountability for all these homicides? Is it the system's fault that men are out here unaliving 8 of their children? I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt because this sounds like a great combo, but that's not the topic and we don't want to stray too far. And plus, I get that, but I'm just speaking in regards to what you're just talking about, and it's not going away from the topic. It's not going away from the dialogue that he was originally having about the justice system. Right. Because I don't think it's a... Just 1 second, Pretty Red, I'm sorry. We welcome your contributions to the space, but with this line of direction of follow-up, and I defer to Misa, who is the mistress of the space, but we just don't want the conversation to get too far away from what the focus of the room was. Misa, are you there? Omari? So this is what I wanted to say, ma'am. In regards
I'm just looking at short videos.
Away from the conversation, because once again, thanks, Omari. When it comes down to slavery and Jim Crow, I know those things exist, right? But when is there going to be accountability for what we do in our own community, right? We keep blaming and trying to blame racism as if it's an issue, right? And I'm not saying that it's not, but when is accountability going to be met?
The answer is very simple. Create families. Okay, if you want to end femicide, if you want to end violence against children, if you want to end violence against women, you want to know how you do that? You create communities that have families and that have strong families. And when you have that, it makes it extremely difficult for someone to come into that situation and do harm to women and children. A big part of why so many children, unfortunately, get victimized, and this is backed up by statistics, is children are highly in danger when there's a man, when the child's biological father leaves the home and is replaced by a man that the child is not related to. Because, and times again, we've seen in those type of instances, that's where we see a very high rate of abuse.
This dude is smacking in her ear, man.
Things like.
All right, Mister. But it's crazy how I got cut off in the middle of my sentence just to hear this.
Child molestation and also murder, okay, they occur at a high rate when there is a child when there's a father, when there's a male in the home that a child is not related to. So again, it goes back. You need strong families.
All right.
There you go.
That's not what the topic. The topic was about AI distance. That's not the topic. The topic we were talking about is AI. Right, and I think that we can absolutely, just to pivot this back to the main topic, we know that people smack in my ear. And no smacking. Shout out to late night snacking. I think
snacking or smacking, which one? Both.
Amari, smacking like smacking you in the head. How about that? Marlene, can we hear your lovely voice?
Threaten me with a good time.
Because Amari getting on my nerves.
And for anyone that wanted to be upset at Mickey for steering back the topic of conversation to the conversation, understand it's not to disrespect what you're saying. It's just that that's what we do as moderators, because we do have a topic and it was kind of going off. And to all due respect to Mr. The only reason he was allowed to go on long as he did, because he's going to be the only response to that subject, because it's not on. It's not. We can go down a big rabbit hole if we really wanted to, and that's not the purpose of this room. So please don't feel disrespected. That's not the point. It's just that we just want to not steer away from the actual original topic, okay? Because I know you guys have pink tickets, so you may not be used to this room, but that's what's going on. It's not about disregarding what you're saying, okay?
And that's cool. Like I said, it's my first time in this room. I just noticed the biasness that's going on because, once again, you let C rant, which had nothing to really do with the title. And then you also interrupted me in the middle of my submission because you thought I was going off topic, but it actually does have a lot to do with the title. And then you let Mr. smacking the phone and go on a whole rant about nothing.
Y'all
got it. I see that black people don't like the truth. Y'all got it.
Let me ask you a question real quick. And this is the topic.
I'm trying to figure out what just happened.
Okay, let me ask it. So,
you're not sharp
slavery
100%. Lord.
So pretty red. Do you believe that Republicans bring in slavery or Jim Crow back?
No.
Do you follow politics? Okay. Why do you say no?
I actually speak to Republicans every day, so.
Tell me about it.
Tell you what you want to know.
Well, with the topic, this title, there's people who believe that they are gutting the Voting Rights Act. You've seen you've seen the Supreme Court decision. You've seen what happened in Virginia. Why do you say what you say? Tell the people why you think they're not.
Omar, did you go on the Matrix? You said that they're not, and then you cut off.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was saying cut off.
Oh. Tell people why. Just provide some information. Provide some examples or something that Republicans are not trying to put people back into Jim Crow slavery. Can you do that? And if you can, that's not a problem. I'm not trying to put you on the spot by all means. I'm trying to be fair to you.
I don't think they're trying to put us back in slavery. Do I acknowledge that racism and slavery did exist? Yes. But unfortunately, we had ancestors that did what they needed to do to make sure we did not have to go through these type of things. But now we're in a system now where you got some people that didn't even go vote and let alone educated themselves on who they're going to vote for. Instead, people are just voting for name recognitions. Let me give you an example for that election that we recently had with Kamala Harris and Trump. Do you not know majority of men wanted to vote for Trump and really didn't know much about Trump, but they wanted to vote for Trump because they were against the abortion? They were against abortion. And they also didn't like Kamala Harris because they thought Kamala Harris was just locking people up. So this is another reason why I say a lot of black people aren't really into politics, and they should if they want to see change, because you need to go out here and know who you're voting for. People are just voting for name recognition, and they're not voting for people that are going into office and actually do their jobs. Not even that. You don't even have a lot of people that are actually trying to volunteer to get to a point where Kamala Harris and Trump really don't know much about politics, but he obviously know enough to get people on his side and represent him. Because I'm going to tell you now, the Republicans are 100% backing up Trump. They support that man. Now, are they happy with what's going on in office? No, they're not, because they feel like the other conservatives that are in office aren't doing shit, because they're giving their donations and they're not seeing a save laws that they want passed, they want them passed. And they're saying that they're not donating any more money until they start seeing that Save Act pass. So when it comes down to the Republicans, I don't think they're trying to bring slavery and Jim Crow back. Did it ever exist? Yes, it did. But it's to the point now we have rights to go vote. There shouldn't be nothing stopping y'all from going to go vote, or even helping anyone else to educate them to know who they're voting for.
That's fair. Okay.
You got people that are so mentally involved in all this other stuff about those people in California. Most Democrats don't. They just talk about what they are going to do, but when it comes down to the results and the money that's being donated and given to them, they're not using it for the economy. They're using it for their own pockets.
Thank you so much for that submission. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but Manfinity, Drew, Cuban, welcome to the stage. Any questions, comments, or contributions?
At this time, I'm just listening. I'm waiting for my the point to get in. But at this point, I'm just listening. Thank you for the warm welcome. I appreciate it.
It's warm and hot in hell, but you are quite welcome, sir.
All right, if I could respond. First off, and my whole thing is this, is that I think that the young lady feels like, what you need to understand, young lady, is that people have all types of reasons why they vote, and it's not up to anyone to judge how another person votes. How another person votes is their business. And some people vote some people are literally single issue voters. Some people just vote based on things like Second Amendment. Firearms. They're just really into their firearms, and they don't want any new laws to be passed to curtail what other people are doing, how other people are voting. At the end of the day, you can't control other people. You only control yourself, and you know what I mean. You have to just worry about yourself. So
do you think someone who votes like that is a responsible voter?
It's not my job to judge how another person votes. Everyone has an enfranchisement, a vote to do whatever the hell they want to with their vote. Okay, if I go vote and I write Pikachu's name in for the president, then I have the right to do that. And can nobody judge me?
Do you have the right to complain about what happens and
Yeah, I have a freedom of speech. I can complain about whatever the hell I want to.
Just never mind. I can't with this nigga.
You know we have a constitution, right? We have a First Amendment, right? I can complain about whatever the hell I want to.
Okay, you're right.
Or I can choose not to complain. I don't complain right now.
Actually. So, as far as like the slavery is concerned, no, I do think they got some type of agenda. I don't know if it's slavery, and I don't think it's just going to be black people. I think they are going to like capitalize on poor people and put them, a lot of people are not going to have a choice. Poor people, uneducated people, they're not going to have a lot of choice in where they're going to be able to work and how they get money, even if it's that universal income. And they're going to make you work for that. They're not about to just give it to you. And so that is going to be like some type of system. Who says slavery, and I think it's going to affect black and white and whoever's poor. I think it's going to affect everybody, and because they feel that also that less education that people have, and women, especially women have, that they will have more kids, and they want some races that have more kids and stuff. So I do think there's an agenda. It's a part of that 2025. There is a thing in there about that. So
yeah, and it's called the One Big Beautiful Bill in July 2025. Right. The One Big Beautiful Bill is exactly what it was, legislation that was passed to fulfill exactly what you just said, right, Nene? So, basically everything you're saying is correct.
There's your point, because
yes,
that's what I was saying about knowing the back end of AI, because once you put all that stuff in the system, like right now when Doge came in, they took all of our information and combined it into one database. So if you watched ICE when they were out there pointing cameras at people, they were taking pictures, like trying to, one ICE agent is arguing with somebody, but the other guy is trying to take a picture.
Yes, and
what they're doing,
100% agree. And I'm telling you exactly what it is. It's Palantir doing it.
Well, it's Palantir, right? So what they're doing is they put a new software in. They're testing the software to see. So when they get your picture, it pulls up all of your DNB information. It pulls up all your bank records. It pulls up all your IRS stuff. So they have everything about you, because when Doge came in, they combined all those records. And then the Trump administration showed or contracted with Palantir to use all of that information, right? So this is why I'm saying we need to be proactive and have a seat at the table when they're putting these systems in place. So, because they could kill you. So just a side note, when I was working in the field, when I was still a cop, I did this thing when the amount of people killed by the police versus the amount of people killed by the medical profession. Right, and more people were killed in the medical and going to the hospital when they had already done triage. They already had the person's medical history, and so then if you remember the angel of death, I think it was, I can't remember the dude's name, but he was killing black people in the hospital, and black people don't really challenge that because they go, oh, well, he had diabetes or he had sickle cell, and we don't really challenge those systems, right? So if you want to put somebody in the medical profession to kill black people or Latino people or poor people, you can do that, and nobody's really going to challenge it, not unless the murder is egregious, right? So I say all that to say that when you start putting systems in place and you're putting AI into healthcare, it's good. It has a lot of benefits to it. But when you start putting in things that allow them to unalive people in a clinical way, or you start to have a system that starts to rob people from their wealth or whatever money they have, or take their homes away from them because you put in an algorithm that does that, right? We won't know that if we're not sitting at the table. We'll find that out later, but it's too late 10 years later down the road to try to fix a system that's moving at the speed of light. So that's why I'm saying AI is so important that right now are sitting at the table and not waiting 10 years and not just be seduced by the end user effects of AI.
Right. The people sitting at the table have to understand what's going on too. So asymmetrical information is also problem one. The second problem is implicit bias in AI. So there's certain, like, I think what the issue which would resolve when I think Pretty Red made a comment was there's databases out here that AI doesn't have access to and does have access to, due to whether or not it's programmed with an algorithm of supervised or unsupervised learning. What happens now is you have AI programs who are unsupervised and unregulated, and we have no people sitting at the table, like you mentioned, to say, hey, this is wrong, we need this supervised. Because what you just said about Palantir, if I have, and this is what Doge did, and then also the Trump administration did, the Republicans, when we talk about slavery, so it goes back to the premise of the room, is that if I have Palantir and I allow all of the Facebook data and then all of the data from Starbucks and all of the data from American Express and then all of the data from Capital One to be in one big ass database, then I can track and see where you have your car, you do on Instagram, to where you drove your Tesla. Everything is in one biometric key, and one biometric key can unlock your entire life. And Palantir offered me the job. It was $325K. I said no because I didn't want to go back on site. That's the reason I said no. But in reality, it's like this is what they're doing is an invasion of privacy, but there's no legislation to govern it. So what happens here is that slavery.
Kind of come to AI because I have a couple of examples where there is that idea that as Black people that, we are, as someone just put in the chat, the Dems are fear-mongering and, we're just overly cautious. So we can point to recent examples of where people have actually had to sue because their houses were undervalued. Do y'all remember these stories that are coming into the news? And I think there was like a college educated like professors, Black professors, and what they found is that the individuals, that implicit bias, the individuals that were inspecting their homes, by virtue of them being Black, even in the same neighborhoods, even if they were the lone Black couple or whatever, not even in Black neighborhoods, that they were valuing houses hundreds of thousands of dollars less. How long do y'all think that it's happened? This is 2026. How long do y'all think that that has gone on all over the entire country? How many millions of dollars is that lost in equity? That isn't even really being tracked, y'all. I'm going to bring you to that reality. Do you know now that there are realtors that are even recommending to their clients that they remove pictures of themselves from their homes and to literally put up pictures of white people? This is not even AI yet. What do you think that AI, when all of this information is input, and how is it going to now do these valuations in these scans? Because let me say that again. We don't even know, because if you are a melanated person and you sold a home, how would you know what the comps were unless you're actually working with some kind of professional? How would you know what your home is properly valued at if you're getting a home equity loan or you're making some sort of a sale? But we know this to be true. The other example in terms of medical racism and oppression, because someone was confused about that earlier, the maternal rates for women when it comes to maternal deaths. Why are Black women literally almost at third world country rates when it comes to simply having a baby, which should be one of the most basic things that occurs in this country? Do you guys know that there have literally been studies that they can attribute it to a medical racism that occurs, or simply they looked at certain demographics, and I'll try to put the study in the chat. They looked at certain demographics of immigrants that are considered Black, Africans. They do not have those mortality rates that Black American women do. And what they found is that after the immigrant Black women had been here and then gave birth, that their rates were similar to American-born women. Do y'all not know that this is actually happening right now? Like, seriously?
Yeah.
So when I hear people say, oh, we don't need to talk about racism, and oh, you're on the Democratic plantation, are y'all freaking kidding me right now? You don't even know when you've been discriminated against. You don't know how much money that you've lost. You don't. They've already done the studies.
Other people's responsibility to care about that. So.
May I finish my rant, please? Yeah, I'm not asking you to care, brother, but when you take dollars away from the Black community, here's the problem. Unless you are a billionaire, you're impacted too, and you don't even know it. When you take dollars away from the Black community, when you take opportunities away from the Black community, you are literally harming yourself.
Same as every
community. You are harming this economy. You are harming this country. You are taking away dollars. You're taking away ingenuity. Like I said, are you a billionaire? Are you even a multimillionaire? Do you make $500,000 a year? If not, you need to shut the fuck up and let me finish.
So
it's already, the data has been there. Look, bitch, I don't, go your ass somewhere else in 2 seconds. You know what? One mic's on you, motherfucker. Go ahead.
You're so mad, pathetic. Why don't you just finish, loser?
Look at here, you little broke bitch. You going in the goo.
I'm sure I am, because you can't take it. Bye-bye.
Oh, well, that's what she said, ho.
You didn't kick me.
Whatever. That's why you mad. Because you white and some white person, Black person.
Oh, now you're racist. I'm sorry.
Hi, bitch. Yeah, I'm racist. Fucker. Racist against crackheads. I am so sorry for that display, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I'm going to have to cash out Misa because I definitely did remove some. No, we love it when you do that. Thank you. Okay, well, I'm going to defer now to Marlene and to Patty and Omari because I'm on timeout. Thank you.
Misa's not here, so
someone in the chat said that how does this relate to Palantir? But I can answer that. Pretty much what you just said, certain data that AI can't read. And AI and databases that would have the sensitive information of what you just kind of shed light upon about the disparities and inequalities that we see amongst different social groups, social classes, and races. Those are things that are left out, right? A lot of the data is not going to be
readily available to a lot of AI platforms and large language models. So what happens is, if I have a large company like Palantir, which is giving or providing the database very, very selective information, is going to have selective output. And it's going to know and see that selective output as truth after that data has been trained for 10 years, not being tuned to the point, or not being accounted for 10 years. And now you have implicit bias after 10 years of data and leaving out the disparities and inequalities that we face.
Yes. Hey, back to you, Des, because you like, man, it's like you like playing tennis right now. A lot of people don't understand when it comes to like your credit score, that so there's things that you won't see AI is using. So when your credit score, or you go to apply for a loan, it may be harder for you to get 850 because of your zip code, not because of your credit history, but because of your zip code, right? Because of the people in your zip code are loan risks, then they consider you a loan risk, right? All of this is happening through data, through AI, and it's not like it's explicit bias, it's implicit bias, because that data has been put in there. So that it's just another form of redlining, right? So when you talk about Jim Crow, you talk about all of this is inside of that. So it's all a plan, and it's not a Republican or a Democrat thing. It's the have and have nots. And people, a friend of mine, before he passed away, owned public storage. And one of the things he told me, he said, man, we were riding through Santa Monica. If you've ever been to Santa Monica, he owns a 3rd Street Promenade. He owns all the buildings, and just people pay him rent. And he says, and he drives he's driving a Volkswagen Bug with $300,000 in the trunk. And we pulled up next to a Rolls Royce, and he said, Clyde, you see the rich people want you to know they're rich. Wealthy people don't want you to know they're wealthy. Right? And so the people who think they're rich, that think that it doesn't apply to them, the same thing applies to them that applies to the person who's a 5-figure earner, a 6-figure earner, because they're not wealthy. They're not in that elite class, right? So it's a certain amount of people who are controlling the majority of people, right? Now, it may not look like a plantation, but then the world becomes a plantation, because it's not just central to the United States. It's a global thing.
Yeah, they say it's about 500 people that control the world, and the rest of us are just workers.
Exactly. So my thing is, if we're aware of these systems that are being put in place, it's not necessarily that you're going to stop it, but if you know what's coming, you can better deal with something that you're aware of than something you get blindsided by.
Well, see, wasn't there like a deal? Elon Musk was going to court and getting sued for his Grok, whatever,
yes, it was.
Discriminating against Black women and Black people, and he wanted the right to be able to do that with AI. Like, I guess we're saying it was freedom of speech.
Right.
Can you break that down? That's a big deal.
Like Des was saying, because I know a little bit about AI, I go in and challenge the system sometimes, but it's very biased. Like sometimes if you go in and ask it something about Trump, it'll say we're busy, it's too busy, come back another time, or it'll just render, but it'll never give you an answer, right? Because Elon Musk went in and changed some of the protocol. So that it will answer certain things and it won't answer certain things, or it'll be ambiguous, right? And so then when you say, well, AI is supposed to be impartial, it can't be impartial because the people who program it aren't impartial, right? So whatever biases the programmer has, those biases are going to be put into the system. Whoever's paying, like Des was saying, somebody's paying you $350,000 to go do this job. If they tell you to put that data in the thing, then you're going to put that in the thing. But here's the thing. It's easier to hire from outside the country because they don't know the nuances of Americans. So when you give them data, they don't challenge the data. because they don't have enough knowledge. They don't have enough knowledge of the data to challenge it, so they don't know that this is not true for Black people, or this is not true for poor people, or this is not true for Black women's health. This is not true for Black people when it comes to money, or we shouldn't do this because a person lives in a certain zip code, or we shouldn't do this because a person's, on this side of the street, the house is worth $250,000, but on the other side of the street, it's worth $1.5 million, right? But it's the same fucking neighborhood, right? So AI, those people don't know that. They don't know the nuances. So it's easier to hire people from outside the system, and they give them the data so they can put the data sets in. And now, and like Des was saying, and I was saying earlier, when you let that system run for 10 years, it's built up a network. And when you start talking about not just us putting information into AI, but when AI starts to teach itself, it no longer needs human beings for anything. So who are you going to tell to stop it?
But the AI, only billionaires have access to.
Right. Well, here's the thing. This is why, and I'll land here. This is why I say it's important. If you're in the medical field, if you're in finance, if you're in criminal justice, if you're in any of these systems, this is where we need to start insisting that we get a seat at the table, or we put together teams that will go in, that can go in and audit, challenge, and where there's complete transparency. And you still may not get it, but at least it can delay the system, or at least hold the system accountable. And instead of saying the system, somebody needs to say, okay, every time we put these systems in place, there needs to be somebody accountable, because whoever signs off on it, they should be held accountable, right? Not only the hospital, but the doctor, right? Go ahead.
I want to jump in too. I want to say that, listen, no one's accountable now in the Black community. We got to talk about Al Sharpton. We don't have any Black leaders. And the thing is, I agree with you, bro. CT, bro, you hit some great points. But what I want to say, what you said about like the redlining or the zip code, like, listen, when you think about gentrification, like, you think Elon Musk cares about his credit score or not? No, that's playing a completely different game than the elite. The elite creating that we think we're playing. They say, hey, you got to vote, you got to have a good credit score, but they exist outside of the system that we live in. We're playing in their system. They're not accountable to anybody. They're looking at us like, look at these people voting, thinking that they're going to vote themselves out of oppression. Look at these people voting, thinking they're going to, like, it's all a fallacy. That's why I said in the chat, I was like, we got to be solution driven. Like, we got libraries that have resources where you can go and get help for like your LLC, your business. There's a lot of free resources and stuff that we have available, but because we cannot have community, or we cannot have these, like, this is a great conversation, man. Everybody needs to give it up for themselves and clap for themselves, like, just for even being in the room. Like, I like unity. I don't like dysfunction. I don't like, chaos. I like these conversations.
Give it about 2 conversations.
Yeah, like these are the conversations that we need to have more often. But unfortunately, right? Probably saying this. Unfortunately, what happens is that people just want to be heard, but they don't want to listen. I've listened for a long time. I've read the chat, and I see there's a disconnection from the chat and from the stage. Like, nobody on stage is really reading the chat. They're just talking. And then the chat is going crazy. Like, the chat is wild. Like, people need to, like, on stage need to read the chat, because there's a lot of people in the chat that are talking, what they talking, and it's completely disconnected from the stage. So that's what I noticed, like, one of the kinks in Clubhouse. But anyway, credit scores are irrelevant when you have money. I guarantee you. So we got to think about gentrification. We got to think about when they have, like, AI right now, like, I think it's CT or your man's, he was saying something about the input. We got to look at all of these things from a big macro level and look at, they're right. We can think about Terminator, we can think about Skynet, we can think about all the movies they done told us about AI and Minority Report. We're here right now. This is it. And this is the moment we all come together. We can exchange, email addresses. We can
create a network, look at your back channel. This is the time to network, because yesterday when Clubhouse was malfunctioning, people started losing their mind. It was like, oh man, Clubhouse is malfunctioning. This is an opportunity right now to get your networking skills, together. Back channel people, network with people, and I land my plane.
All right, I appreciate it. I think did we lose Misa? I think we may have lost Misa, but I'll say this. Great conversation. I know, Man Infinity, you said you're waiting to get a chance to come in. Butter, Nasi, C, thank you for your conversation. Galen, thank you. Alette, you and meaning you too, my friend. Alette, I know you in. Hey, I like you in Silicon Valley, I believe, and doing some tech stuff. Have you heard anything that you agreed with or disagreed with based on some of the things that you've worked on?
What's the conversation about again?
I had a question.
Go ahead, me.
So I don't know. Have you guys seen? It was an episode. It was a while back on Black Mirror, and it was like this computer, and then they got all this data, and I don't think we're gonna have credit scores no more. You're gonna be a score, and how y'all saying it? It could be face recognition. They're gonna already know everything about you. If they can do AI 10 years unregulated, like they're gonna have so much data on you, it's gonna be crazy, and that will they can give you a score to be like, let's say if you get this is just an example. It's gonna be extremes, all you guys just it's late, have some fun. But let's say if you get sick, and let's say if you needed a kidney transplant or whatever, and they may be
did you say a titty transplant?
Kidney.
I thought you said a titty transplant. I'm like, how they get my titty transplant in 2026?
Implants. Okay, but so let's say, but then they can go look at you, score, and be like, well, this person drinks Starbucks every day. They never exercise. They only step, 1,500 steps a day, and they've been doing this for so many years. The likelihood of this kidney really being affected, and then there's this age, and then they live in this neighborhood. There's another chance of them being shot and killed. I don't know. We need to put you at the top of the list. This may be a waste of a kidney. They'll have all that data to be able to analyze that and give you a score. And be like, y'all may think I'm sounding crazy, but that is what computers are. That's what somebody is. It's numbers. It's so.
No, there was a whole conversation about this with my good friend Dr. Adams. I don't know if it was in this space or another space. I can't remember, but it was basically he was stating about people with obese and high cholesterol that they should, if they're not following the protocol, then they don't deserve health care. So that was a whole conversation.
Exactly, but if they put that already in it, well, they'll be able to just instantly evaluate you. But then, like he said, what if AI make a mistake? What if it's a glitch or a mistake or stereotype you? Be like, well, maybe let's say you're only 10 pounds overweight, but you're black, and majority of them just so all it's gonna have is overweight black.
I can see that happening.
It won't give you you won't get on the transplant list. They'll put you down at the bottom. I know this sounds crazy, but that's how data works. That's the numbers.
Are you talking about a social credit score? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like a social credit score, but
and the name of that Black Mirror episode was called Nosedive. That's what.
It was good. Yeah.
Yeah, it's called Nosedive. Yep.
I love Black Mirror, but I would say I think that's coming. I think some type of social credit score is coming. I think I've heard things that people say credit scores are racist and stuff like that, and they're trying to already condition the people for that nature. So look for that. A couple of things have already came true, like the dog. the Neuralink situation, the date, some of the dating stuff that is going on, that you see, the dolls that are out there that look human, they always display those now. So,
I think they got the social credit score over in Beijing or China. Yeah, like they already have that system. Like you can look at China as an advance, like what technology could take us, and then you can look at a third world country and say it's an interesting take on it. Like you can look at a third world country and say, okay, here's what it looks like when we revolt and the government falls apart. And you can look at China and say, here's what it looks like when we're technologically advanced, like when we have like the subways don't look like New York City subways, like they got like digital, like so when you can just look at everything for what it is, there's some place in the world that already has what we think we want, if that makes any sense. What we think we want, there's somewhere in the world that already has it. So that's kind of like the mirror. Like we don't like. Somebody said this earlier. They said that African Americans represent the mirror that America doesn't want to look into. Like they don't want to look into the reflection. I'm like, and yeah, you see what I'm saying? And so it's kind of like one of those things. Like this stuff has already happened. I told somebody today. I said, listen, we're coming on the 100th anniversary of the Great Depression. Like back in 1926, 27, 28, and 29. Where were Black people at in the economy in that time period? They were already depressed 100 years ago. Nothing's changed. We're 100 years from the Great Depression, and we're still depressed. That means that I can look 100 years into the future and say that I can pretty much predict that what we're talking about on this call with AI and all this stuff, we're probably going to be still depressed 100 years from now. But the thing is that are you going to be depressed? Are you going to leave the Matrix, so to speak? Are you going to, like the Black woman that created the Matrix and the Terminator, she said that was supposed to be one movie. Like, and she sued and she got her money and everything like that, but they stole her script. She said the Matrix and the Terminator is the same, like that's supposed to be the same movie. Like Neo and all that is John Connor and all, whatever. I don't want into all that. But these movies have already shown you like what they're planning, like the elite and all this stuff. We just
So what is? So let me ask you a question real quick. So before we get down, I'm gonna take it back. So we have a two-party system at the Democrats and Republicans, blue, red. Who's going to be the party that's going to be better at making sure us, we the people, us citizens here, are not in like a Terminator type of situation?
All right, so to answer that, right, so watch this. So you got blue and red, right? You got Crips and Bloods. But let's say you're an arms dealer, right? And you supply weapons for the Crips and the Bloods, blue and red, or Democrat, Republican. That's the niche. The niche is you are the supplier. So what happens is that all of these things are social constructs, like black and white, you're this color, you're that color. See, before the whole color thing, like you're black, you're white, it was based on tribes, right? It was based on tribal things. It had nothing to do with color. So your question is that, is there a solution in the middle, or is there a solution? Like, should I pick a side?
Right? Yeah, like if you looking at
independence, you got independence. Go ahead.
We're looking at lawmakers. Independent lawmakers is what, a few? Literally on one hand, how many people who Bernie, I think the other guy King, and who in the House does it. So I would say this. In reality, we have two parties. Who's the best party that's going to probably protect the people?
Let me answer that. So right now, we're going to have to rely on the Democrats to do it. The reason being, when Donald Trump was elected, who stood behind him? When he was inaugurated, who stood behind him? When he created Doge, who
Who was the head of Doge? Who stood to benefit and gain from creating a glass ceiling on the rest of us? Who stood to benefit from automation and automating out low-tier, low-level, white-collar work? Who stands to benefit from creating more inequality in our system and also increasing the wealth gap between us and everybody else? Who stands to benefit from that? So that's your answer.
So let me ask you a question.
Omari, is it okay? What's the first thing he got in there right now? Omari, can you put me in the queue, please? I don't want to go over nobody. I'm about to.
Hold on. Let's let these ladies. Let's let some of these ladies get in there with us, because we haven't heard from a lot of ladies who've been in there. So who's that? Pretty Red?
Oh, I just wanted to say, because like I said, I've been noticing patterns, right? When it comes down to this title, right? When it comes down to Republicans bringing slavery and Jim Crow, like I stated, I am acknowledging that slavery and racism did exist. But when it comes down to, if we are trying to, get where we need to be in order to be wealthy and create generational wealth, it needs to start by us creating our own wealth building requires ownership, saving, investing, and financial strategies. These such as growth, communities grow faster when they own businesses, control assets such as home, land, stocks, and circulate money locally where possible. That is supported by economic research. So what I'm trying to say is, if we want to see a change as Black people in our community or just overall for our race, then we need to do better as individuals in the household, because based off of what I was seeing, we're not making enough in the household, which is also reasons why we are slacking outside of our household when it goes down to the economy. So what I'm saying is, where we complain, and I'm not saying it's complaining, we complain about these certain concerns of not having education or not, where we're being, separated from certain things because of our color. But honestly, I don't think that's what it is in 2026. It's to the point now where we have access to a lot of resources. It's how bad do we want it? Because when it comes down to in the household, we're not even making enough money to where we can fund for ourselves, where we can go out here and create banks, where we can go out here and create hospitals and 24-hour emergency cares and so forth like that. I also noticed within the education, right? I get it. I'm in Houston, okay? So within my ISDs, how it is out here, if you live in Cypress, you're going to have more access to education out there in those, country areas that are further out from the cities. But I've noticed in the cities area of Houston, if you're not going to a private school and you're going just to a regular public school, they don't give you much funding access to education when you go to those schools, because the schools look like prisons. If you go to the schools and you go out there in Cypress, the schools look like a whole damn college campus. So we're not even funding our schools correctly, because we're not making enough money in the household, because it does go based off of property taxes, meaning we're not owning enough houses, we're not owning enough land, we're not owning nothing, which is another reason why we're not going to see no fucking results.
Okay, so Pretty Ready, you've said this twice, that racism did exist. Are you saying that racism does not exist now, and there's nothing in the system that actually is causing the same scenario that we are?
Nope, that's not what I said. Nope.
I know. I never said that you said that. I'm asking.
You're asking me a question, and I said no, ma'am.
No, you said that's not what you said, and what I'm saying to you is, if you want to
clarify.
clarify.
Are you asking me a question, or are you going to tell me what I said?
I'm telling you. Please don't be exhausting.
Oh, I'm not being exhausting, ma'am. You're exhausting yourself.
Okay.
You're exhausting yourself. How am I exhausting you?
Kindly do not interrupt me.
I'm asking you a question. That's the problem right there.
Please do kindly not ask like a child.
Come up with money for our own resources.
Please do not come up like a child.
Girl, that's our problem now. Again, this right here, what
what you're doing right here,
control yourself.
that's another reason why we're not going to have unity.
Okay.
That's another problem.
Yes, because you're literally being
No,
belligerent.
you're just overwhelming yourself, and instead of you having
That's
a
what you said,
conversation
you're
and
being
letting me
exhausted.
answer, instead of you trying to tell me what my answer needs
Absolutely
to be,
unnecessarily, as if for you to be speaking over another moderator.
Let's move the conversation along.
Yes,
I don't want to
and I
answer
will.
any more of your questions, okay? Because you don't want to have the conversation. Thank
you. don't want to have a conversation.
I'm not going to go back and forth with you, ma'am. Do you want to move the conversation along, or do you still want to keep making yourself overwhelmed? Do you want to keep making yourself overwhelmed? Do you want to keep making yourself overwhelmed?
Honey, you're not able to overwhelm me.
I think you do. I don't think you want to have the conversation.
And it's not the only
I don't think you want to have the conversation.
For what reason?
If you did,
you don't know anything about me. So I was asking you a question.
And I answered it.
And I answered it. Why did you not say it?
And I answered it. So you didn't like my answer?
The difference between did and
you didn't like my answer?
I didn't care about whether you liked your answer.
Okay, so what do you
You said I didn't like your answer.
Okay, so why do you
are you making an assumption about liking your answer or not? I asked you a very specific question and you still have not
the question when I answered it the first damn time.
You did not actually.
I did. You just sat here and said I did answer it.
Oh my gosh.
Girl,
you answered the way that I said I didn't say that. That's what you answered.
I don't think you want to move past the conversation. I think you want to go back and forth.
You do not want to have this conversation.
You don't want to have this conversation because you're mad.
I would be glad to have a conversation with you if you really want to go there, honey. If you'd like to, perhaps you don't understand the English language. We can do this all day, but it wouldn't be very fun for the rest of the audience members. Yeah, because you know what? I don't know why you believe that you need to have this overwhelming myself. You're clearly not qualified to do that. You are not qualified to do that because you apparently do not understand the difference between did and does.
The number one thing.
And does. This is not the no. It's ignorance such as yours that's really done us for this. Because for some reason, even though I allowed you to speak and I now again about what you said, you're not going to acknowledge what I'm saying to you now, are you? Okay, I will when I feel like it.
Yeah,
when I feel like it will move on. Or you can just literally stop speaking. You can stop speaking and I won't listen any further.
Because
you can't stop speaking, right?
Looking for an argument.
Alright? Am I or is it you that's looking for it? Because you do not seem to understand very simple English.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop speaking.
Very simple. Very.
Girl, find somebody else to argue with.
Do not girl me, okay? I would if I would. Unfortunately, I'm actually speaking on stage. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I don't know what you're even saying because it wasn't even necessary. You were literally getting belligerent from your reason.
You're belligerent.
Don't girl me. You cannot understand English. You don't understand English. Okay, so then, okay.
Don't ask me no questions.
No.
Don't ask me no questions.
I have a question.
I'm done with that.
Better.
No questions yet. Hold on. Let Butter. She's been waiting. Go ahead, Butter.
Thank you. I think that a lot of times when we're in these conversations, we spend a whole lot of time talking about things that we cannot control instead of the things that we can control and strategizing. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for now. I have more to say, but I like to step a little bit.
You want to say it now, or you want to let Kwame?
No, that's why.
Yeah, I'll let it go, but I want to get back in the queue at some point.
Okay, go ahead, Kwame. You came on stage. Did you going to speak to the title?
Yes, sir.
You want to ask Marlene a question?
I want to speak to the title, and maybe it's going to be a hanging question. I respect Butters for making room for others as you ask questions, especially for people who are knowledgeable. Just go ahead, put it in front of the table and watch how the room reacts so you can learn from what you want to get feedback for. Republicans are taking away our civil rights, trying to take us back to Jim Crow, one-party system. Are you ready? Firstly, because I try to be objective about a lot of things. Choosing to be Democratic is not going to make the situation any better. So if anyone's going to choose a party, or if they feel that they're being put in a situation to choose something that's against their beliefs, stand on what you believe in, because that's your barometer. That's what makes you decide whether you in alignment with God or not, or you're not, and it's going to give you the agency to choose whether to participate into what policies that someone who does not believe in the same stuff that you do. So we can't demonize the other side just because you don't like what they're doing, because you'll find out the nigga you think you're standing behind is probably going to lead you somewhere that is maybe even a little less dramatic than the person that you're hating on. Me, I stand with the Republican Party right even as a Haitian man, because my God says that we're not going to put no homosexual house in front of our kids to teach them.
Or what happened? What's going on again?
Republicans are taking away our civil rights, trying to take us back to Jim Crow and one-party system. Are you ready? I'm trying to convey.
It sounds like you.
I'm giving context as to why I think we should remove ourselves from the two-party and one-party system and look objectively for policies. Look for policies, not parties. Then you'll know where you really stand. Your alliance is going to stand with what's going to affect your life and the people that you love, not for what they think they represent. I yield.
Okay. So just to kind of, we talked about the clip that Ronders played. We actually listened to a whole 27-minute clip of Clyburn, Congressman out of South Carolina, where he talked about his book as well as Republicans and MAGA Republicans mainly. He didn't say all Republicans. So Ronders, whoever had that clip, they actually paced together his words. So I'm glad that Tiffany and the other folks said, let's listen to the whole thing, because we listening to that, you would just think that he made some statements. So appreciate you playing the full clip. Ramona, welcome. I haven't heard you all night, Ramona. I know you get on the stages you have sometimes to say. I don't know if you're just chilling tonight, my friend. Or are you watching sharks and whale videos like me? I like orcas, so I've been watching orcas videos while y'all been talking and listening at the same time.
She probably would have already chipped in if she wanted to say something. I'm going to clarify something, because unfortunately, the conversation got derailed a bit because someone thought I was attacking them when I really actually wasn't. Because let's just go to very basic English. You did represent Pretty Red, and this is directed to you. I'm not a passive-aggressive person. I'm not just aggressive. You said twice that racism did exist. That implies that it currently does not. Whether you intended to say that or not, I understand if that's not what your intention was. My point being, which I was not able to get to, was given that racism does indeed, of course, still exist, and it is ingrained in the systematic way that you see in your government and regarding the policies that are currently made, that mainly have affected, from what I understand and see, people of color and women. Basically two marginalized groups. So historically marginalized. So if we're talking about improving the lives of Black people or people in general, and we're talking about that we need to invest not just only in just real estate, in education and knowledge, and also in each other, and also in families, and creating nuclear families that stick together, because of course 2 incomes make more than 1, all that good stuff. However, my point being, which I was trying to get to, if the system is rigged against women as well, because we are again the foundation of families, how can you have any expectation for improvement? Because one, there's the social aspect of relationships, of what's going on, because unfortunately Black people have one of the lowest rates of marriage. That's a whole different room. Of course, Black Americans should be at a different phase in life. Individually, of course, and we can see that happen. There's plenty of there are Black Americans out there, But is that converting over into the community as a whole? No, it is not. And when the government makes even simple changes, such as how to vote, so you're saying you can vote, can you? If your vote doesn't count? I mean, they've literally legalized gerrymandering. So that was my point. You can't just ignore this. What happens in the government, it always has a bigger effect on communities, and particularly in this one, as we can see, the American government, particularly Republican governments, don't make policies that advance people unless you were already rich. So you're talking about a group of people who have not started off rich. We all know that. So it's not fair to just ignore what's happening and not to understand it at a larger scale. Thank you.
Thank you. Butter wanted to jump back in. Butter, did you want to?
Yeah, I think this is good. I think this is a good place to jump back in. Again, I am one of these people who focus on what I can control. You can't control how other people think. You can control, though, how you think and how you strategize. So my question is, have you done your own personal
community? It would be some white, he raped, he touched me. And then that justifies the black community. I'm not talking about what is that. Let me finish my point. This is what's big. Let me finish my point. My point is this. No. What I'm saying is that I was trying to speak on what I see around me. What I see around me is that the people that actually collect money at the store, they don't look like me. And they have all the businesses. And they're not even in the conversation right now. We don't think about the Middle Eastern guy at the corner store with the smoke shop and the liquor store. None of these people who take money out of the check cashing place, the payday loan, none of these people are black. Are the moderators? Yeah, but what I'm saying is, am I wrong? I should not be silenced. Because you're not I'm saying my experience.
And then you're going way back in the day, and I'm not. I'm not talking about way back.
I'm saying my experience. I'm just arguing this shit about my experience. I'm shit.
Everyone, we cannot hear if everyone's speaking over each other. Can we all just finish our thought, mute, and let the other person speak respectfully?
Marlena, I was speaking. I was speaking at first, and then Galen just interrupted me, and then he's talking about something way back in the.
I'm trying to rein this back in. Okay, I'm sorry, Mimi. As you were saying, Galen, if you want to continue to speak after, just let her finish, let her land, and then continue, okay?
No, I'm saying like this was in the, I'm going to say when in the 80s, when I grew up, black people did own the corner stores and liquor stores, and I'm from California, and black people, we had whole shopping centers full with nothing with black businesses. Everything in our neighborhoods used to be owned by black. It wasn't Asians, and I'm asking what happened from then, not way back in the day when they were burning down things. Even now, Amari could tell you, like Crenshaw, all that used to be black. It used to be a big black shopping center full of nothing but black businesses everywhere. There were black businesses everywhere. But what happened? Why did they let the Asian people come and take over the stores, or the Arabic people? Because I grew up walking to the store with a black Harold's Liquor, and it was, convenience store was owned by a black man. Our corner store, the market, was owned by a black man. So I don't know what happened then. Way back in the day.
I can answer that. The reason why that economic implosion, I'll call it, happened is because the government strategically started bringing freeway systems through those neighborhoods, disrupting business, and a lot of those businesses had to close down, just like with COVID. and some of them were not able to open up again, and so they pretty much and also a lot of those businesses did not own the property; they were leasing the property. So there's no just one thing, but basically it was an economic. I'll call it an implosion because I don't know what other word to use right now. That caused that shift in ownership and the inability to do business because of the highway system coming through and construction and people not being able to have access to those stores. That's what happened.
That didn't happen in my neighborhood, but I don't know. That didn't happen in California. They're still there. They're just owned by other race people.
So that means they didn't own the building.
I can tell you what people have told me is a lot of times people sold and people who didn't own the businesses,
they inherited.
Sold them. Well, they sold it, and they got a lot more money.
Yeah.
They got money for them, and then what happens, like, for example, when they built SoFi Stadium, a lot of the black people sold. Like, they came in, they sold their home. Some people did, a lot of people didn't, but a lot of the people did sell, and then they built SoFi.
What the fuck?
And SoFi that brought in a lot of money. A lot of those people now are like, hey, like, fuck, why did I sell my home? I mean, my home would have been worth a lot more money in Inglewood if I would have kept it.
One thing that I figured out about this society and this reality, being someone who was born here, is that
who's born here?
Right, like nigga gonna tell me like I don't know, bitch. I was born here and I've been attentive as hell in class and outside of class. And in my 36 years, is that if a motherfucker wants you out, they're gonna use whatever resources they have in order for them to position themselves so that you look like the bad guy and whatever they say goes. I think this is a time and place where right now, and me being a hypocrite for even saying this, let's be accountable for the shit we say, the shit we want to do, and the shit that God gave us to do. Because we're already knowing if we deviate, we're going to be put in a position where you have someone who's not in your community going to be able to speak on some shit because you ain't in position to take reins on that. Now we're not lazy. I think we're distracted. A lot of us are distracted, and I'll yield right there.
So,
sorry, Mark.
About LH.
Sorry, Rhombus. I'm sorry, Cuban. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna say I wanted to touch on that what he said because basically about them, the voters' rights and all this and that going on. I feel like they did it on purpose to distract us because it goes with the AI and all this and that, but it also is the people that distracted the people. They want to come up with a civil rights war, they want to come up with a distraction to be about black and white all over again when they know black people done progressed over the years. We don't have black business. We still do got some black people. We got a lot of black shit going on. We just not all as the people. So it could be all of the people. So it could be all about black and white. And they want the black people to be unfocused. Oh no, we don't want y'all to take away our rights. You feel me? So they gotta find a way to distract us and have white people like, okay, yeah, we don't want them around, break up whatever like that, because they know once we all together as black people, we all know this. Once we all together for real is unity in a whole community, as a whole, black police, black lawmakers, etc., District 9, and so on. Shit, we can be really unstoppable though. If we just all got along and be a real community together on all that shit, like Jackson, Mississippi, that's an all black ass community.
I'm not gonna lie. Cuban, I don't think we all gotta get along for it.
Yeah, I mean, we do, but at the same time though, all the time we do come together, only when it comes to being black and white, against black and white. And that's the sad part about it. It should not have to go like that every time. But at the same time, though, they're distracting everybody, no matter if you're black, brown, white. They're distracting us. They could do some shit, and all they have to do is start with the fucking right. When Trump first got in the office, what's the first thing he did? tampering with the discrimination law. That's the first goddamn thing he did when he got in office in 2025. But the whole thing is everybody not paying attention. Everybody over here trying to turn up. Everybody trying to goddamn live the life of a celebrity and this and that and be on that type of shit. Like, y'all not, I don't think the younger generation understanding that. I don't even see why the boomers even still in the motherfucking goddamn office. They should have their ass going out a long time ago goddamn ago. There's some motherfucking people that's vibrant, who's living, who's involving, and who's knows the change of America is involving all fucking cultures. This gonna be the land of the free. Like, what the fuck? Get their ass up out of here. They the ones who taught about racism years ago anyway.
Yeah.
Hey, that shit crazy.
Cuban, I want to connect with you about this. Marlene, I want to engage with her. Cuban, I've come to the realization that, yo, man, there's a lot of niggas that have been dictating how we're supposed to move, and they don't even be on the ground in the trenches or even have ears to the streets. You know what I'm saying? And I do believe that a lot of black people who don't think that they have the acuity or the intellect to pursue politics, they'll be greatest because they're not into the lawyerism of using words to try to ball on somebody. And that's intentional for our community to say that niggas want to ball on another nigga. But the other end is that if you know how to talk to people and you know how people feel, people gonna feel you more, especially when God behind you. So I think a lot of us need to take some time to see where we land on what the whole economy of what heaven on earth look like. Because when you don't know what you are on high, you're not gonna know what to do on the ground.
But that's the thing though, like we helped build America on our motherfucking back. It ain't just been too long ago since we had that motherfucking law even made. Like that shit was that's when my great grandma was living. Like where is shit at? Like that's my granny's mother was living around this time frame when they was fighting for these rights and all. But I don't think they gonna listen about us protesting, to be real with you. I feel like the only way they gonna pay attention if we get out of motherfucking character. When we start, that's what they want. They want a motherfucking war.
Now, Cuban, you just said that's what they want. Why you think we gonna supposed to do that? No, bro, they don't expect us to actually be in.
And I understand. I don't want nobody to die. You feel what I'm saying? But of course they're gonna try any way possible to try to kill them. And that them gutting those rights like that is gonna go a lot more far downhill to where that black people is gonna get back to work. Black people can't do this, can't do that. You do y'all understand? Like that? I think it's in Memphis, right? I'm from Tennessee, but I'm not from Memphis. I'm from Chattanooga. But the whole point is that like in Memphis, they over here trying to they trying to gut the goddamn bonding funding. So if you want to go to jail, you go to jail for some simple shit. So you telling me a motherfucker can't fund me to get me out of motherfucking jail?
Now, Cuban, we gotta look at the whole situation for what it really is. Like,
why it's getting deeper though? The dogs are getting crazier.
I want you to hear what I'm about to say because I heard what you said. I want you to hear me when I say this, Cuban. Why the fuck do I need to go bail you out, Cuban? Now I do understand a motherfucker on a state.
You don't think people got like to lose.
Cuban, real quick.
Like to lose.
Yes, ma'am. And what I'm saying is that the state trooper is definitely looking to run up the bag for the county and probably for his own pay raise for however many people that he done knocked down in crossing through his state and he done bagged some shit, got some drug big bus or whatever. Now okay, cool. What I'm saying is that Cuban, you understand that these young folk have an opportunity to take reins on a lot of these power positions, but I think the mothers are doing a terrible job of presenting them of their true opportunities because the mothers haven't given themselves an opportunity to learn what it is to even know who God is enough to lead them in the way that they're actually birthed for.
Okay, but listen though.
Hold on, both, please. Thank you. Sorry, I'm interrupting dialogue. Butter, you had something to say?
Yeah, I wanted to go back to the things that we can control today and suggest that everybody on this stage who has a business idea to write it If you could just start there, and this whole idea of being, when we did have businesses, they knocked them all down and burned them all up. Well, we have a new way of doing business today. It's called the blockchain. And if you write down your ideas, you can actually develop a smart contract. No one ever has to know what color you are or who owns that building. So, again, there are ways. What do you mean by cap?
The smart contract has metadata.
Quantum. Please let her finish. Do not interrupt.
Yeah. So a lot of the things that we think about in terms of business that were done in the past don't look the same today. And the only way you know that is to get out of your own way, stop being afraid of what happened in the past, and start researching what's going on for your future. I'll yield right there.
Yeah, you're low. You sound like you under the bed, bro. Can you speak up?
Yeah, is that better? Can you hear me out? Is that better?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Look, go to YouTube and type in human map. All right? Shows a globe, bunch of people on it, stuff like that. Go to the channel, right? It will literally detail how each and every immigrant community made their money. It is fascinating because it's giving you multiple examples of what needs to be done in order for the Black community to generate wealth. This is stuff that we've done before, but again, it's been kind of beat out of us, burned out of us, legislated out of us, so on and so forth. But I do think that we just got to do it again. And the last thing I want to mention about LA, yes, there was a lot of Black businesses. There's a lot more Black people, right? Since the 80s, the numbers have dwindled. We were like 25% at one time, little guy. Now we're less than 10, right? And that's San Diego too. San Diego's like 5. I grew up there. There is this researcher out of UC Riverside, Korean guy. He detailed and wrote about how they got a huge market into the liquor store type thing. And it happened after the Korean War, but they actually had a lot of their own money. They had a lot of their own talent. They insulated themselves, and then they just kind of slowly built up. But that was after the groundwork of the African American Black folks and the Civil Rights Movement, which actually opened up a lot of doors for immigrant people. They literally started over, but we was already coming in doing beat up and bruised up. So I just want you to just remind ourselves of that and go to the YouTube map. And there's like 6 different communities. I'm looking at the Nigerian takeover. I'm looking at the Nomads, the Patel cartel, Indian population. They got like 5 different things that they major in only. Only. Right? Israel, just watch it. And be inspired. And just say, we can do it too. So let's just bring it back.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I agree. I've heard that we can do it too narrative, and it has always come from the lens of the Jewish people took over the Black community and owned the music industry and gave incentives for them to kill their own brothers, and they were able to amass so much wealth with all the industries over the 7 gates, which is religion, which is education, which is family. You have don't be mad at them. Just do what they did.
Yeah, be inspired. I'm
a creative I'm a 1990s baby creative that sings, I write, I engineer, I produce, I rap, I mix, I master. I understand the craft of what a creative is and the value of what the amount of time it takes. Up position us where they can siphon our energy and pull fear and establish wealth by making us forget to them. It is a lot to learn from, not to mimic it, but to understand when you get in a position of leadership that that's not the fuck you're supposed to be doing. You hear me?
I'm telling you, we sound so traumatized. We perpetuate our trauma by repeating it over and over and over again instead of getting beyond that and start talking about where you want to be in 3 to 5 years. Why do we do that? Because if you can't help it, you probably need to go get some type of healing, some type of self-reflection, because it's not going to get you anywhere but to be re-traumatized.
So just real quick, I just want to make an announcement. I think Lisa might not be coming back tonight, so we'll probably shut it down about 11. That's 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, unless, Lisa comes back and then she wants to.
Is that something you decided, or is that what the room decided based off?
I'm sorry, there's 3 mods. I don't know, unless Patty says, she'll hold it open, but.
Are you being aware of the room that you gave me?
Excuse me. Quanta, don't get
I'm just trying to make you aware.
So Marlene and myself and Patty, I know you said, child, if you agree, did you want to keep it open, or are you okay with shutting down at 11? Just, that's 2 a.m.
I'm fine. I mean, it also depending on the comment, we're not going to cut just to be clear, we're not cutting anyone off. We're cutting off, if we're still in the flow of conversation, it will go as long as the flow of conversation will go. Yeah. But I understand we also are, it's late for us. We all have lives, and there's only two awake moderators, so at some point, when this happens in this room,
I just got a life. I'm outside.
Yeah, see, Patty, finally, so I haven't heard you all night, girl. So just in case, we're just trying to say, to be succinct.
Yeah, Marlene, this is my shift, so this is when I come on the
hour. Okay, Quantum, I understand. So this is your socializing time. I get it. I'm a night owl, so again, it also depends on the flow of the conversation. But we just want it to be open and transparent. All right?
Yeah, and then, look, most times people just be like, we out.
Yeah, exactly. Omari, this is like the latest Omari's ever stayed up. People that have been in this house long enough know that I'm usually the one that's up late. Usually a couple people and Patty's usually up late. There's some usually another one, so it just depends. So I'm going to commend Omari for staying this long. Thank you for helping.
15 minutes past, way past. I'm trying to be in here, I got my headphones in.
Team Lisa.
So I'm trying to let my people know, hold on.
So let's be clear, I want to thank everyone, including Pretty Red, for contributing to the conversation, okay? I apologize if you think that I was attacking you. That really was not the intent. And that's never the intent unless, of course, you're like some crazy Zionist, racist idiot. So please continue the conversation. Dennis, you have something to say?
And
my bad. I came off the mic.
Hold on, Dave. Get out the way, please. Thank you. I appreciate your apology, and I apologize for the misunderstanding in the conversation. I just apologize for even just attacking you, calling you out your name, because it really is about unity. One thing about me is I'm a fire sign, so I'm always fire. But the thing is, what I'm noticing, Marlene, is I'm not a racist. But what I do focus on and what I'm aware of is patterns. And so far, we're in 2026. Yes, I'm acknowledging that racism and slavery did exist. I know my history. But what I'm saying is moving forward in 2026, we have so many resources, including AI, where you're working smarter and not harder, right? Well, we didn't got to be out in that field and picking all that being in that hot-ass sun, picking that damn cotton. We in the evolution now where we can sit at home and work from home, be around our families, right? But the thing is, what I've noticed about politicians is they're full of shit. They take taxpayers' money, especially with the donations that are being given to these committees. It's not being used for the economy. It's being used for fraud and
So what I've noticed is if we are going to talk about unity within our own race, cool. We could do that. But if we are going to do that, we also have to hold ourselves accountable and have standards and morals and morality to do the right fucking thing. That don't mean go out here and have all these, crimes that you want to commit, such as stealing from taxpayers. And this is what I mean when I say it matters why you are voting and who you are voting for. So when I'm looking at the black politicians, let's see here. I have the black politicians. Let's see. Hold on here. And hold on, give me a minute. We have about 67. Wait. Sorry, y'all. We have about 67 to 69 black members of Congress, also 20 to 25 through 2026. This includes House plus Senate combined. That's a record high in the U.S. history. Roughly about 5 black senators and 60 plus black House members. State legislators, over 800 black state lawmakers nationwide, also a record high in recent years. This is where most black elected officials are state House and state Senate, etc. So what I'm saying is, if these people are also, when it comes down to the local politicians, we have, let's see, it is the largest category, but the hardest to track. Thousands of black elected officials, such as mayors, city council members, school board members, and county commissioners. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, if this is a high percentage of these people being in office, these are people we are electing and we're voting for. But at the same time, where's the fucking results? Where's the results? If we're going to complain about systems, right? These are the same people that are creating these systems. So if we have a lot of black people that are in office, where's the money going?
That's the fucking problem, Pretty Red.
Okay. Where's the money going? Because hold on. Because like I said, I'm in a southern state. All I see is motherfucking black churches corner to corner to corner. And do you know how much people are making in the church house?
Bro, Pretty Red. I've been talking about the
Do you know how much people are making off the church house? Matter of fact, we just had Marvin Sapp sitting here talking about close the doors because they didn't want to give a high tithes and offering.
I think that's a good spot, Pretty Red.
These people have lives.
I want to pick up.
Okay. And you know what I noticed with the Republicans and what I talk to them about? They feel the same exact fucking way, and they're white people. They're donating a day about 29 to maybe the most 50K in one fucking day. These people are donating their money to these committees. But guess what? When it comes down to these committees such as Democrats and Republicans, there's no fucking race with that. There's no color with that. There are Asians, there are Arabics, whatever race these people y'all are voting for are in fucking office, or are these same people who are your local lawmakers, your judges, your attorneys, your district attorneys.
Pretty Red.
Sorry.
That's all I'm saying.
Quantum, before you go into
we can't be blind with that. That's all I'm saying. If we want to see unity, if we want to see evolution, that's all I'm saying. To me, they can't fool me with this race shit. That's also how we get conformed into slavery with that stupid ass mindset shit. They use that against us to forget all this other shit that's going on.
And you know, okay, so I want to say I accept your apology, I appreciate it. And I get being a fire sign because I am a fire sign as well. But I just want to be clear on something. I don't lead with racism is the sole reason for why black people have, I mean, not even just in America, globally, because it's not just a North American thing, unless we're talking even outside of predominantly black countries, there are obviously reasons for why we're not in a different place than we should be. We're not in a higher station than we should be, okay, especially in comparison to other races. So I'm not going to, I agree that you can't use racism and oppression as a reason for you personally not being into education or trying to better yourself. I think that's just not just a black people thing. I think that is a personal thing, period. You should always try to elevate and grow, okay? And what I'm saying is that I think what we forget sometimes is that in the system, because we think sometimes that the government and the larger system does not have a powerful effect or enough effect on communities, and that's where I push back, especially as a sociologist. I can tell you that those things have a big impact. Just as you said in regards to the people that you vote in, the people that you vote in, it doesn't matter how good or something they are, because if the system that you're voting in is still corrupt and slanted against you, it doesn't matter necessarily who you put in. They can try their best, but there's still going to be this tsunami wave of corruption. So it becomes basically a collective thing, because what we notice, they are deliberately attacking education, and they're also defunding any kind of after school things, or once you, of course, it's easy to be distracted in the society because of the lack. And the more that there is lack, it causes more conflict amongst people, particularly, again, unfortunately, Black people and people of color, because of historically being put behind. So
the numbers are minute.
What the fuck?
Sir, can I after you? Hold on, Quado, please. Thank you. Calm down.
So y'all got to
hold on, Quado. I'm gonna go ask Quado. Click him off that mic again.
What the fuck?
Quantum, please don't make me move to the audience.
Okay.
Just wait your turn. It's okay.
Go ahead, see. I'm gonna go after you. I want to reply to
Pretty red. You better talk to me right.
Quantum. I've been quiet for an hour and a half, and it's my space. So please don't do that.
Yes, ma'am. She's trying to play me.
You're a very sweet young man. We're coming to you. Trust me. I'm going back on me.
So what I was saying is we're talking about systems that have been in place for centuries, right? So when I can tell you from, when I went into law enforcement, I came in, from this militant kind of, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do this, and shit, you get in the system and you realize so when I first started, I worked in the jails, and I worked Bloods and Crips, and cats would come in arguing with each other, and I'm like, y'all need to be paying attention to your transcripts and being able to fight your case instead of fighting each other. The reason y'all sitting in jail is because y'all fighting each other, right? But you get in the system and you see something that goes wrong and you go report it, and then the same Blood or Crip that you was trying to protect, it's like, well, I ain't no snitch, so sir, I don't know what he's talking about. So then brothers and sisters get left out there hanging, and we're easily fired, right? For me, I didn't really give a shit. I'm like, okay, you fire me, I'll just go get another job. But I'm going to speak for something, but if it matters to other people, for me, I can pretty much work with a lot of things. But if it impacts other people, I'm going to say something. But what happens when you go to fight for other people that won't fight for themselves, right? So then you get, and I'm going to just say his name, however people feel about Barack Obama. We got happy, we put him in office, and then we sat on our hands. Now, if the Black people that are fighting and standing 10 toes down for Donald Trump, if they did that for Barack Obama, we probably could have made some moves. Right? And I'm not a Democrat or a Republican, right? So I've always been an independent. So my thing is this, is that we have systems, and if you don't have enough momentum and enough leverage to move a system, you just become part of the system. Right? So it's easy for people to say, oh yeah, we got these politicians here and we got them there and we da-da-da-da-da. But it's a lot more involved, and and we see now, like some politicians, if you stand on something, you might get yourself killed. So then it's like, do I really fight for this? Or do I
protect my safety, right? And you can say, well, that's the job you chose, but then that's easy to say when you're not sitting in that seat. So there's a lot to be said, and I think Pretty Red touched on a lot of things, but there's so many nuances, and it's not as simple as people say, oh, we got 800 there so they could do something. 800 compared to what, though? 800 to like 8,000, right? You're not going to beat a system that's already in place, that's entrenched, right? We used to think that the Constitution meant something, and we're finding out the Constitution ain't really worth the paper it's written on, because it's getting torn apart right now, right? So then it's like, the rules that were in place, do they really matter? When the people who want to stay in power
is both.
I think so. I think so too. And this is why. Hold on, Quantum. Because
I want to talk at the.
Okay, this is the thing. Once again, I'm not worried about it being a color thing. Once again, these are people still that are going in office, and they don't have any integrity, let alone any morality to do the right fucking thing. Okay? Meaning going out here and doing what you say you're going to do for the people of America. If you're not doing that, then where's our money going, and why are we voting? Why are we putting you in office? You got you got these crooked, right, police departments, but you also got black people working for them too. It's been plenty of times where I've gotten black police officers try to violate my rights. But because I knew my rights, they didn't fuck with me.
Yeah.
Okay? And I'm not saying that police brutality is just a white thing. It's just misuse, period.
Yeah, and
I don't look at it as a race thing. I'm looking at it as, even with when we talk about women's health, right? I don't look at it as a race thing, because these are women that create human evolution. So without women, there wouldn't be men here. And I'm not just trying to say, try to just, take it away from men and their purpose. No. What I'm saying is, if we're going to care about women's health, then why is so much malpractice for pregnant women, period?
I think
when it comes down to, you want to go comparison with numbers, well, yeah, it's not even more so comparison with the numbers. It's not no competition thing. This crime, homicide shit, that should be at a zero.
Yes, ma'am.
That should be at a zero. Y'all too busy worried about trying to protect your reputation as a black man.
You couldn't even have any zero in the beginning of the
safety.
Please, let's just let her, Katie, right, just kind of land, and so let other people.
Damn, she went for a long time.
I know. Quantum. It's for quantum's sake, but
okay,
please don't
I'm gonna hurry up and land. That's all I wanted to say. To me, it's not a race thing. It's about the safety of people for America. We got these pedophiles, these cases of pedophiles now coming out because people were keeping their mouths closed, or because they wanted more money. Where was the humanity then when it came down to the safety of protecting these children, when it comes down to the generation? Where's the generational curses gonna stop? That's all. Go ahead.
Yo, that's so real, because I've done enough research to know that I could possibly right now be specialized in breaking generational curses. I know the prayers, and I also know what the signals look like when your grandparents and your fathers and your mothers done did some shit that you probably need to pray off. So, Pretty Red, I was standing in the gap to say, even what you had shared, as important that it is, you probably understood how somebody casted you in a position where it challenged what we supposed to be actually attacking right. Actually, I try to get on Marlene about the double L's. Actually attacking right now. I think that black women are the most susceptible to be manipulated by someone who is against the thought of a God-given man. And maybe that's y'all work to do and figure that out. And maybe if we could just stop the conversation at one point so we can talk about what we need to be attacking, rather than us giving our thoughts and really spilling over and allowing others to hijack what even the people in your communities could actually address righteously, because they've probably been following God if they speaking up. My intention is to share with y'all, and what I'm trying to convey is that we're going to be hijacked every time when we get emotional about stuff that is the minutia, while the one who is controlling us is keeping us from understanding the core issue. And what I found out as a computer scientist right now, the core issue is that we have not had the opportunity to show our kids that they are better than being a rapper. Not even better than a rapper. These are the prophets of God. But if you prophesying death upon your people, bitch, you done picked the wrong fucking... Fighting against God is not the way, man. Because God spoke life and life abundantly. So if you're doing anything like that, nigga, you know somebody will put the shit in your head that makes you do the shit that you're doing to destroy your own fucking people, you bitch. Stop being a bitch, bro. Take up your fucking phone.
I'm sorry, I have no idea what to ask. Cuban, please jump this, please comment.
Okay. I just want to say something though. I feel what Pure Red was saying too. Like, it ain't. I mean, I don't see race either. But when you got these white supremacist people, these old ass people, 80, 70, then they're 90 years old, trying to tell you where you're supposed to live at. And, you know what I'm saying, try to divide us or divide the black community who's trying to thrive, or even if they're not just thriving, they're just trying to live. Regular people. And the fact that I was still like, they throwing in that face, they're not trying to hide racism. I don't think it's just the main world. I just feel like it's all the white supremacist people. They actually learn this shit. And shit ain't a goddamn thing we can do about it unless we learn the law. And we down here do actually take time and go out here, learn who we voting for, and get down here and vote around midterms like we should. Because if not, I feel like more down to it, like, it's just gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse and worse. It's gonna come down to it. Because everybody thinking like, they ain't got nothing to do with me. They talking about immigrants. They ain't got nothing to do with me. Or people claim they pro-black, but they don't get out here and be active. You see what I'm saying? But everybody's quiet, like y'all saying. Like, we got some people that's want to get out there, but I don't know, maybe they scared, or maybe they want to protect their peace, they want to protect their family, or whatever the case might be. Maybe they want to be another George Floyd. You get what I'm saying? Like, people actually out here dying for their rights when that was before the rights was actually good. So we never had any rights any goddamn way. They take the 13th Amendment away from us. Like, if you actually go back into the constitutional laws, we actually got kind of like, is it 3% or 5% of having rights as a human being? 3% black people? 3%? Okay, thank you. I knew it was one of them. But the fact that we have to keep fighting for that is insane. And we should have to, because we are the people. We are the people who help shape this country as it is today, of course, or whatnot. But the thing is that I don't think everybody's like paying attention. I feel like people just actually ignoring the fact what's going on. Like, oh shit, that shit just, it is what it is. If that ain't happening to them, I just feel like people don't give a fuck.
But who said we didn't have to fight for that though? Who told you that?
I ain't saying that. I'm not saying
that. Cuban, the one thing though that I think again,
I don't trust buddies. I'm gonna let y'all know right now.
Quantum, he spoke. She didn't interrupt you.
I was wondering. I'm on mute.
Quantum.
Now, Quantum, I'm really trying to be real polite on this stage, but I'm really about to shut your ass down. I really am. That's also a problem. That's also a problem in the black community. Niggas don't know how to shut them out.
Pretty, don't worry about Pretty Red. Don't worry. That's what we have moderators for. We got it, okay? But thank you.
No, it's completely ignoring him. Respectfully. But the one thing that we should do is have our own causes, like in your neighborhood. Even you can start in your neighborhood. What is the one thing everybody can agree on that you can stand behind? and then go to city council, go to your legislator, go to wherever that place is that you need to show a united front and let them know this is what we're looking for. If you want us to look out for you the next election, this is what we're looking for from you. I mean, we're not using our power to the fullest capacity because, once again, we have allowed this system to make us think in terms of individualism. And historically, we have always done better as community. So we have to get back to those tenets of being in community, start talking to each other, find things to agree on, strategize, and execute. It's really not that hard. Now, that doesn't mean that there might be things that might be thrown our way. But hell, there's things thrown our way anyway. And what do? We get around it. So we can't get stuck in a place where we're always talking about the past and, how we were done or whatever. Start strategizing for the future of your family, the future of your community, the future of your children's children. And I think we're going to turn out just fine. You know why? Because we always have. In this country, and this is the truth, this country's economic system cannot survive without us.
Amen, that.
Wow. I just want to say welcome back to the M, to the I, to the S, to the A.
Well, I thought you were asleep.
Shit. I'm trying to. I'm half asleep. No, I'm not gonna sleep. I'm about to go watch. I'm about to go watch Man on Fire on Netflix.
That's old.
No, Man on Fire on Netflix is a new one, so I'm about to go watch it. But I just want to say this about.
Grandpa. It's not even that late, okay?
It's 11 o'clock. Shit.
Yeah, he's ready.
1 hour past your bedtime, Baloo.
He's ready to blow this whole shit up because you weren't here. I'm like, damn.
Oh yeah, you came in right before because the shit.
He was like, bro, get out of here. Like, what the fuck?
We know, Parker, we love you when you behave, but when you don't, it's just a disaster.
Oh no, we said 11 o'clock. If you weren't back by 11, this room was boom.
And I try to gauge the room to see how far.
He said mod me.
That's not.
He said we gonna mod Quantum and we gonna.
Who's we? Who's we?
It's gonna be Quantum and Patty just modding on the stage.
Oh my god. One is crazy because Amari would have done worse than the two of us. Let me find out.
Quantum.
Yes, ma'am.
When you start acting nicely, you say you will have a green bean because I love you to death.
Oh wow. I appreciate that, but these niggas need some reckoning.
Let's not overdo it.
Come on, Lisa, you're way too nice. I'm sorry. No offense, Quantum.
Marlene, am I that bad? I don't think that.
Yes, you really can be sometimes.
I can be, but I really try to hold the line about righteousness. That's my only intention.
Okay. Let's just be clear about something. So, because I'm not being disrespectful. I didn't understand what you were talking about, kind of. So, you kind of lost me a little bit in regards. So,
what do you think, nigga? That's why.
I gotta say, girl, I'm. So, just so maybe what? I'm just gonna.
I told y'all, brother.
No dragon tiger. Okay. Can you explain exactly clearly what you actually mean? Because I was completely lost in what you mean that women. I believe you said something along the lines that women are rejecting God men, or again, I'm paraphrasing, but can you explain? So essentially, are you blaming women for the state that we are in currently? And if you're not, I apologize for misunderstanding you, but do you want to just clarify what you actually meant?
I don't even mind, Marlene, and I think that's the biggest effect that AI had on me is that it's allowing me to be very male-tempered, and also if you inquire, then that's what gave me room to, get a handshake to say, hey, I could tell you some stuff that a lot of people not willing to hear. Women have been a tool against men, the black men, straight men, if you will. sons of God, y'all have been weaponized against those very men, so that you would feel entitled when we would give you the title anyways, right? It makes it a very uncomfortable situation when we're meeting the sunflowers and the roses of God, and you don't know how to glare upon the sun and know that, yeah, I love you and that. And I'm not saying everybody is that way, Marlene, but I think women should know how to differentiate those different type of energies so they can act righteously. That's women.
Okay, and so why do you think, because Black women are amongst one of the most educated group of people, and in fact, even over more than Black men, why are you under the impression that Black women particularly are easily influenced by other people and don't have independent minds of their own, or are reacting to actions of Black men?
Yeah, I think that's part about reacting to actions of Black men is mostly what a lot of women have in the back of their mind about what other Black men are. And y'all are like oracles to us. Wise man said that the man is the head, but the man is the neck. Boy, your head not gonna turn unless you agree to that shit, boy. And that's a marriage dynamic. And that type of dynamic.
This is one.
And that's the type of dynamic that we need to be familiar with so that, we could be on one accord, on one stance. And if there's disagreement, somebody's going to feel the pain. And somebody has to be able to say, hey, I feel this. Let's talk about it. But as long as somebody else could come in and say, he's doing this and he's doing that, and y'all should be upset at each other, not just witness this like not less than 10, 15 minutes ago. It just shows me that we're easily manipulated to be positioned against each other rather than us really focusing and figuring out how we can grow righteous children and really build heaven on earth.
Why don't, excuse me, I'm sorry, but this is Misa, why do I feel that men are less and less capable of being the head? They're showing less and less abilities, qualifications, drive, desire, just plain worthiness. I don't know what else to say, but a lot of men are not qualified to be the head anymore. They're lacking in the qualifications needed for that position.
I can tell you why. Go ahead. Because men are only thinking with their head, and I'm lying with that.
Okay, and in regards to a comment made in the comments, why education is being brought up, to imply, okay, especially the more higher education that you get, you should understand that it's very actually harder to just be impressionable because you have knowledge and because you have intelligence. It's actually more emphasizing critical thought and thinking with the more higher education you get. Unless you're talking about very specific, you're supposed to know about professions that you're supposed to know in and out. So that doesn't necessarily mean wisdom. But in regards to being influenced by people, that's actually easier to do when you're actually less educated and forced not, and when you don't really think and use your brain, it's actually might be quite easy. Because if you take a look at the demographics of certain people who voted for certain people, they're not exactly the higher education ones. Just, saying.
He said, I like them people.
Yeah, exactly. And politicians like him love those people because they're not dealing with the highly intelligent and knowledgeable people. Not at all, because that's just not the way it works. So, again, this whole thing, and I'm going back to Lisa's point. No. I said, that's if you let me finish, Omar. I said, that's what Misa said. I'm gonna back that because unfortunately, listen, man. And I'm probably not gonna be popular for saying this, but that's okay. I'm fine with that. Unfortunately, a lot of you are not acting like. Before I insult the whole gender, a lot of you know who you are. You men who are men, you know who you are. But for the rest of you that want to cosplay males, yeah, I'm gonna say, yeah. Because unfortunately, this is the way it works in this modern age. You guys want some traditional woman so badly, but guess what? That age does not exist. The funny part is that some of you guys want a traditional, subservient woman that will just take your bullshit, feed you, basically act as if you're another child, and while having sex with her. That doesn't work in modern day society. Why? Because we work, we have education. If you cannot do better than me, why should I be bowing down to a man that does not? And this is biological. I didn't make this. I didn't create these rules. I'm so sorry. But if you want me to be subservient and nurturing, guess what? I have to also respect you to lead me. I will never follow a person that I think is weaker or less intelligent and someone that I cannot trust. Okay? I'm not going to speak for other women. I'm going to speak for me. Wow. Because I can only speak for myself. But generally speaking, if I think that you're a bitch made, I'm not gonna bend to you. Why should I? Why would I be subservient to someone I don't trust to lead me? So I'm sorry, men still have to work at that. And if you do not provide and protect for me, what do I need you for? Because guess what? We women are providing and protecting for ourselves. We're doing that. Many of us are doing that by single mothers. So you cannot come up into our life just come with your bullshit and expect a woman to just deal with it because, quote unquote, God said it don't work that way.
I want to just say this too.
I'm going to go after you, Butter.
For a bit of a historical perspective, and that is, first of all, we love our men, and I think we show our loyalty and have shown our loyalty exceptionally. And don't let this internet bullcrap get you caught up into what's true and what's in the matrix. You all are the builders. You have been building since the beginning of time. You've built it over and over and over again. You have been builders. Women are creators. We create stuff and we find great joy in watching you build it. So, and I'm not always talking about using your hands. I'm talking about helping us formulate the things that are needed to create what it is that we envision. If we can find some balance there, I think we're going to be in a really good place, as we've always done. Like, we have this in our DNA. So I want to always add some kind of positive energy to the conversation, because we have what we need. We don't need anybody but ourselves. And because we were on this planet by ourselves for a very long time. So keep that in mind as you move forward. Thank you.
Miss Butter, I do want to add to this, right? I was looking up this information, right? And, with even my own perspective of how I view things, like I told you, I noticed based off of the mindset within the psyche and the patterns that are being, made. So I think within the systems is a problem with just a broken system within how children are being raised and the environment that they're put in. So it says here that the household matters a lot. In every community, not just Black communities, household factors strongly affect outcomes such as parenting stability, financial literacy, school engagement, exposure to violence or stress, expectations around education and work, economic disciplines such as saving, credit, and debt. Now, research is very clear that children from stable, resource-rich households tend to have better outcomes regardless of the race. Now, strong home increases opportunity, but households don't exist in isolation. Homes are shaped by the environment around them, such as school quality, neighborhood safety, job availability, wage and versus cost of living, access to healthcare, incarceration rates, historical wealth gaps. Homes create outcomes, so systems shape what the home can realistically provide. Now, a parent working 2 jobs may have less time for schooling support. Unfunded schools reduce academic outcomes even in strong households. Limit access to capital reduces entrepreneurship success. Now, the key misunderstanding is the internal versus the external. It's not either or. Social science shows outcomes come from stacked factors such as
internal home level habits, education, culture, parenting, structure, financial decisions. External system levels like wealth access, such as loans, inheritance, credit, housing policies, such as school funding, policy and justice systems, labor market, discrimination history, they intact continuously. Now, why complaints about the systems exist? People focus on systems because systems determine access to opportunity, cost of living, mobility between classes, and long-term wealth building. So, for example, two equal disciplined families can end up in a very different position depending on starting wealth and neighborhood opportunities. So when people complain about the systems, they're often pointing at barriers that are outside of individual control. Now, a more accurate way is a balanced view such as strong households matter for success, but households are shaped by the environment they exist in. And systems influence how strong or weak those environments are. Now, the home is broken or the system is broken, and both intact and reinforce each other. Now, the real solution usually focus on research on upward mobility consistently finds biggest improvement. Your childhood education, stable housing access, better local school funding, financial literacy and savings behavior, job access and wages, and community investment, plus business ownership. That means both home level change and structural improvement. And I'm done. Thank you, guys.
I will say that the history that you just shared with us, Pretty Red, it was, I'm impressed because don't nobody expect beautiful women to speak the way that you do. And also, too, as an intelligent man, I got my own gripes about what you had said because you kind of place a lot of responsibility on men, and which is righteous because Pretty Red, I 100% agree with you. And also, too, like you know that a lot of the household grew off the matriarch, even though, just like we talked about, the man being the head, but she the neck. Like the neck can't turn the head, like without the neck. Like the women still control the household. Don't act like women still not in control. But my point to what Marlene was asking me is I still believe, and I'm gonna stand on this ground to say that our black women have made a decision that they would rather be subservient to a lofty ideal for someone else's corporation and movement rather than actually seeking out God and bringing them the man that could actually lead them. And I did refine it, and I feel secure in what I just said.
Well, honestly, I want to push back to what you said because honestly, I am seeing a matriarchy change. Well, the patriarchy is now going to its actual order of matriarchy, and honestly, sir, I'm seeing a big evolution change. The birth rate is getting at its lowest of the lowest. Congratulations and shout out to the women that are taking their health very seriously because, as we know, black women are, the highest ones that are dying laying on those tables. Okay, malpractice going on where their children are being taken out of the hospitals, or they're having, these fake court, Zoom meetings. I don't know if you've seen that black lady. They had to do this weird ass Zoom meeting with a bunch of fucking white people on a goddamn screen, and she in the middle of her goddamn C-section. Well, they tried to force her to get a C-section. So this is why I say niggas need to know how to read and write, right? And understand their constitutional rights, okay? When it comes down to these people trying to fucking play with you, know the paperwork that you're signing, okay? Do your research on the hospitals that you're going to. If these people are, creating malpractice in the workplace, or even in, the hospitals or the medical centers and so forth, then shit, follow a report on their ass. If you feel like it's not gonna, do anything, hell, it's not damn sure not gonna do anything if you're not saying nothing, if you're not making a report.
But Pretty Red, we had our own hospitals.
Yeah, of course. And we could go back to that too. That's what I'm saying, Butter. We could go back to our orders. Look, if we complaining about the food shortage, shortages, right? Shit, why we can't go back to planting and growing our own damn food? Matter of fact, my auntie was offering me some brown eggs last week. I said, auntie, got some brown eggs. Shit, she got her chickens growing her own damn eggs.
That's the creation part.
But they want us to depend on all of these, all these artificial resources where we not actually going out here and creating our own shit.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. We're creating.
We're not creating general wealth. We're not fucking doing it. We're not creating no damn general wealth. And it also starts with stop killing so many fucking black women and children. But y'all want to sit here and talk about Klay Thompson, and I'm not talking about in this room, but so far, in every room that I've seen so far, everybody wants to talk about this Megan Thee Stallion and this Klay Thompson bullshit. But nobody wants to talk about this man who unalived 8 of his damn kids, and people want to mark it as, oh, he was going through some stuff. He has some mental health issues. I don't give a damn if this man had mental health issues. Why has it come down to this point where this man actually wants to take and unalive all his children?
Yeah, we actually did talk about that subject here. It was actually talked about for a long time in this room. And we spoke about, and just to understand the difference in this room, like, we spoke about Klay and Megan for like 5 minutes, and that was at like 4 in the morning. So it's not a priority here. But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and then Marlene, not only that, I don't know if the women noticed, right? Shout out to the women and getting the birth rate down. Not only that, women are out here getting it and doing and being entrepreneurs. They are not going out here and depending on men anymore. And is that a problem? No, it shouldn't be. You should be happy that women are out here thriving. But unfortunately, it seems like it's making men jealous.
Exactly.
So, and it's like, that's weird. Because you're mad at women because they care about their safety and their health.
Yes, please.
All I'm saying is, if y'all notice on the CNN, they posted 60 million men trying to figure out how to unalive their partners. But nobody wants to talk about that. All I'm saying, I'm not saying in this room, I'm just saying we're not paying attention to the real shit that's going on.
What you said?
No, quantum, hold it. Let's see, go.
I would just say this, that there's 8.2 billion people in the world, right? So whatever's important to one person may not be important to another person. Not that it's not important, it's just not important to the other person, right? So one of my coaches once told me, he said, if it bothers you that much, then God gave it to you, right? So then go handle it, right? So, but I'll just say this, just consider, I'm not saying it's true, just consider that everything that we're living in an illusionary world, that nothing in this world is true, right? You can say the only thing that's true, because the truth never changes. The truth is the same yesterday, today, and forever, right? The truth never changes. So you could say then the only thing that's true is the word of God. But the problem with that is everybody has their own interpretation of what that is. And more people have been killed in the world over the word of God than for any other reason, right? We're actually at war with another country over religious beliefs, right? So then when you talk about the narrative of black men and black women, when we talk about the narrative of society, right, it's all an illusion. It's all something somebody made up, and you choose whichever side you stand on. But when you take a step back and get that it's all made up, then I become the author of what I'm going to make up, what I'm going to believe, right? Now, it doesn't make it true. It doesn't make it true over anybody else's. It's just the illusion that I choose to follow that empowers me, empowers the people around me. But me making someone else wrong for not believing what I believe doesn't elevate my cause. It leaves me stuck in that argument, right? So it's like, who would I need to be in order to see the world that I want? If I want this world, then I need to be some kind of way and not just talk about it, but be the very thing, because we're not human doings, we're human beings. Be the very thing that I'm talking about, right? Because, in any if you look at politics, it's the two wings of the same bird, right? We think that they're different. No, people who can't step back and look at the bigger picture, who are only myopic in the way they think and see things, will only see the red wing or see the blue wing and not get that it's the same damn bird, right? So I just say that before men bash women bash men, and I'm not saying that's what's happening here, is that we need to take a step back and look at ourselves and say, what part do I play in that? Right? And I can be the example, because one person is not going to change. One person can be the change by being the example, by being the embodiment of something. Right? So I just throw that out there. It's not true or false. It's just something to consider. Right? Because it's all an illusion.
See how they Marlene, how many times have we heard that? I mean, where should that come from? Politics is too weak.
The wings and birds. That is not a trophy you like.
That is so just not, pretty much not true.
If you look at it, you have a Democrat who becomes a Republican, who becomes a Democrat.
Hold on. All right, now you can go ahead. What you trying to explain that?
So if you have a Republican who was a Democrat, and a Democrat who was a Republican, right? They switch sides, right? So you have people who were Democrats who jumped on the Trump train, and then you have people that were on the Trump train that jumped up and now trying to come back to the Democratic side. So it's it's illusionary. It's not real, right? It's just like, I disagree with this side, so I'm going to join this side. Right, so I just say it's the wings of the same bird. I'm not saying one is better than the other, and I'm not putting one down. I'm just saying when you take a step back and look at all of it, it gives you a more powerful place to stand. Then you can choose what's like. I'm gonna fuck with the Democrats this time because I like the way they're going, right? But like I have friends that I go back and forth with who are MAGAs, and I roast them all the time. It's like, because you're at this point where you're almost like a cultist. If he says war is bad, you're like, war is bad. And then when he says, war is necessary, war is necessary. And I'm going to lower grocery prices. Oh, well, we're just going to have to suffer because we're going through this. Oh, well, we're just going to have to suffer. It's like, you're not even thinking for yourself at this point. You're just following whatever somebody's telling you.
I do like what he said. I do like what you had said, because you're given the condition of man, and because we're susceptible, and even at people's big ass age, they're susceptible for somebody to dictate how they move, and it's so subtle, like subliminal, understanding it, what the subliminal messages that are happening, even when you're at the workplace, you in conversation and you're perceiving something, but you don't want to address what the fuck you feel inside. I think that's probably some of the biggest problems, because if we had did that, we probably wouldn't give a fuck what these bitches doing, and we probably would have took over already. You hear me?
So we created
What in the world are you talking about, Quantum? I'm sorry. Who are the...
Yes, Marlene, you see why I said we need the birth rate. Hold on, excuse me. I was trying to talk to Miss Marlene. Now you see why we need the birth rate. Hold on, excuse me, Quantum. Stop trying to talk over me. Hi, Miss Marlene. This is the thing. This is why the birth rate needs to be down. Who gave birth to that? I'm not trying to throw no personal attacks, but who gave birth to that?
90 kids.
You hear this?
You hear me?
Who birthed this? Because this is a very dysfunctional household.
Okay, let's just be very clear.
You understand what I'm saying?
Don't blame his parents. This happened. He bumped his head after he was leaving the house and going down.
This is what would infect. This was what would infest an environment. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because of degenerates like that being brought into the community.
Don't let that be a distraction, though.
No. I'm not saying this is. It has nothing to do with us being a distraction. It's you're an infestation. That's what the fuck you want. And I get tired of, sometimes I get tired, not saying y'all, but sometimes there will be some black women that will enable that shit.
Mm-hmm.
That will coddle that shit. Mm-hmm. And then sit here and say, well, black women are doing a damn fucking good job, better than some of you niggas are. And then you got the audacity to have a black mama and sit here and spit on her grave like that. And not saying she did, but I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? This is what we get for niggas being ungrateful.
try to assist our brothers who seems to be, on a wayward path. And I've been accused of coddling. I'm coddling because I don't hold them to my breast. I don't want them near my breast, but I do try to give Black men, because they'll get on this app and say how hard it is for them and everything. So I'm just trying to be, I'm just trying to be.
But maybe we need to stop that shit, is what she's saying.
Because we're also Black, as Black women, Black men are marginalized. Black women are also doubly marginalized. And we've been talking about this basically ever since, like, the beginning of time and slavery, because there was always a difference in treatment and payment and all that stuff. So as much as, yes, I understand Black men do face like systemic racism and aggression from other men. Okay, it's not coming from necessarily women. Women are not killing men at the rate that men are killing women. Okay, so until that becomes a thing, I can't. There's only so much, and I don't want to call it victimhood, but it's a lot of whining. Like for instance, so after referring to women as bitches, and wondering why we don't respect that. You cannot. It just makes no sense to me. You think you can call but then and then it's like, oh, you women are godly. How dare you call women refer to anyone in regards to spiritual and understanding God and not be mindful of what you're saying. And also, this is a room held like the head of this room is a woman. Okay, so how do you think you're going to come into this house and disrespect women, and we're just going to be like, oh, that's fine, sir. Oh, can I get you a sandwich? Oh, can I do something? Oh, can I remember? Like, what the fuck do you think is happening here, people? Like, this is the kind of whining that unfortunately a lot of modern males do. And yes, I said males because it's just like you want to call. If you all thought the manosphere is cute, calling someone females, well, guess what? You all get called males, because again, the men who are men know who you are, and you're not even offended by anything I'm saying because you know it's true. So all you males that whine that you want women to we don't know our place. No, sweetheart, it's because you have not risen to where we are. That is the problem.
These out when they ask.
Okay. Right. And if you're going to talk about godly people and godly women, make sure that you don't have any children that are not bred out of wedlock. Okay. Because anyhow you do have children out of wedlock, and you and especially you are part of the problem. Don't blame women for that, because guess what? You can't be the head and leader and say, oh, I'm getting too much criticism. Oh my gosh, it's just like that's weakness. When you wear the crown like you want to, guess what? It weighs heavy. All right, so you can't have both. You can't be both. You can't be both a weakling and be she manipulated me. She used her feminine wiles. That's weakness. Yeah. Don't blame other people for your weakness when you want to be the lead. You want to be the leader, honey? Then you will show me strength, and I of course naturally will subserve to you. You think I am very happy to be with me, the man that deserves me, and that I can be subservient to you. Do you think I want to be strong all the damn time? I'm a woman.
You don't have
Mary Magdala out of the Bible.
Fear.
I'm a woman. But we women have to be strong in this environment because we are more highly victimized. We are more things. That is just a fact. I don't care what any man wants to think. Look at the numbers yourself. But don't you dare. And so all the self-righteous men that say, women, especially Black women, they don't know how to treat a man, blah, 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 blah. But you have 5 baby mamas. You don't respect none of them, and you wonder why the community is where it's at. Look into the mirror and say, I want a Proverbs woman, or whatever that is. But are you that man, though? Most likely not. And the one fly.
Bro.
You
can't be in a room full of mindful women and look around and see the age range and then come off your mic like you bad, calling women bitches.
Thank you.
If I were in your face, you'd have felt something.
Right. Well, if you look at when they took they made it one of the non-canonicals is the book of Mary Magdalene, right? Because they don't want women to be seen as powerful, right? So the people, the Council of Nicaea decided they were going to decide what books were going to go in the Bible, right? And they took out the book of Mary Magdalene, right? So that women would be subservient, air quotes, right? So, but when you don't know that stuff and you get caught up in the illusion of what Western religion is, or Western scripture, right? And you don't realize there's 88 books in the Bible that they decided what 66 we're going to get, right? And that's all about control and manipulation, right? That we have the ability to manifest our own futures, right? But man is trying to make us go through man to get to God, and so that we don't realize we have the power to go directly to God, right? So then the thing is let me make C and Merlin fight each other because they're a black woman and a black man. And as long as they're doing that, we can do all this other stuff. But like I said, when you pull back and you can see all the nonsense, you can see all the manipulation, then you can see it. And it's like when I was talking about AI earlier, it's like we may not be able to stop a lot of stuff, but if you know how it's coming and when it's coming, you know how to move, right? You know how to manipulate that system, right? And so. And my thing is, like, once we become aware and get out of the illusions of stuff and arguing in the illusions and get back and go, okay, well, what world do I want to live in? Now let me be that kind of person. Let me be that kind of human being, right? And I know it may sound esoteric, but I'm just really saying that, but if you go to scripture, it's in scripture, right? So it's like, who am I going to be? And am I going to be a cause in the matter, or am I going to be a complaint about life?
You know, if they go back to slavery, like what we were talking about earlier, if they try to put the black race back in slavery, black men are not going to make it. Black women are going to be carrying the load in the community like we're doing now. These black men, they're not going to be able to make it, y'all. Just to close your eyes and imagine some of the black men you know in slavery. Sorry,
everyone. Sorry, Rob, you were waiting to speak. Please go ahead.
Thank you, my dear. And as usual, it is never a dull moment in this room. First,
thank you, Rob.
Yeah. First off, listen, it's called evolution. And for whatever reason, black men have turned their backs or whatever they've done. I cannot be angry at a sister who's going forward. Lisa said it. You all have been carrying the community, and you probably will continue. That question about slavery kind of got me fucked up right now because I always kind of saw myself as a house nigga, probably fucking, the slave master's wife. But anyway, that's just me. My girl, Pretty Red, said something. And I really thought that everybody was going to kind of shift, and then we kind of had another blockage. Which she was talking about generational wealth with the family, the black community in particular. But one of the bigger problems is that we don't collaborate as much. And I don't mean to be making it as a blanket statement, but think of it this way. I'm living in my house that's paid for. I'm 61 years old, so that's a little bit different. My parents bought this house for me when I was 23. We still own our original house that I was raised in, and my mother is currently living 2 blocks away from me. The strategy with our family, and I grew up in a nuclear home, and I know that's kind of different, born in 65, but men were different back then. Where they did go to work, my father did not want my mother to work because he had an idea of how he wanted his sons to be raised, and the best person to do that was my mother. Again, what's missing overall, in my personal opinion, is simply Sunday dinner. You sit down. Butter and I just had an exchange, and I think she thought I missed what she said, that classic tell me what you thought I thought you thought. And she was saying that black people need to be married and have children. And I'm like, nah, not really. Maybe they should get married and get to know each other and see are they capable of raising children. Because a lot of people just go through the motions, and we have a lot of fucked up kids, and I can say that because I'm in education. This is, Mango, that was called satire, but if that went over your head, you caught it.
Rob, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Don't you think that process of getting to know each other should happen before the marriage?
It should happen before, during, and basically after.
Okay, so also, when I say get married and have children, it was implied that certain things were in place so that would be a successful execution of building family. Not just, I know you probably took it out like I texted, but to your point, yeah, you don't frivolously marry someone if you're not in alignment together. That's not going to work. We know that now because half of us are getting a divorce, right? But I value what you're saying, but I still think that we need to have babies because if we don't, we will not replenish the earth. Like right now, we are we're supposed to be at about a rate of 2.2 or something like that to just replenish where we are here in America.
You're making my point. Exactly my point. Regardless, either world, some of us don't even think it's going to be here in the next couple of weeks. Some of us are moving our money out of banks, buying crypto because the world's coming in, the sky is falling. However, here's the key, in my opinion, and it's not my original idea, but it is a concept that was, for anyone who's familiar with the ISIS papers, maybe the macho men never read it, but for those of us who are well-read, know about these things that Dr. Francis Cress Welsing laid out. They were just simple things where we identify like-mindedness. That's all it comes down to. If you believe in fighting police brutality, you might want to get with this cat C. From my understanding, he seems like a police officer or somewhere in law enforcement. So he can give insight and you all can collaborate on those ideas. If it's economics, if it's this, you have to come to the table. Again, I call it Sunday dinner. Get with like-minded people, come up with a plan. I do focus on economics. I do focus on, I run a hedge fund for my family because that's a lot of pressure I put on myself. But I have 2 daughters. And I have 2 daughters who, one is graduating college and she already opened up her business a little bit ahead of schedule. But guess what? These are the things that I personally manifested for. And I had to realize, you know what? My manifestation is coming through. Thank you to the universe. Notice I didn't say God because I recognize that everybody doesn't believe in God. Nor do you have to believe in God to be a good person, to want good things, and to love your fellow man. And with that, I'm going to land my little plane. You guys have a good evening.
Thank you, Rob.
I mean, there are some things that as an imam I disagree with, but I appreciated your submission, Rob.
I just want to say, why do we need to keep having kids just to be mistreated and not also unalived as well? Why would we need to have more kids? We're not having kids for that reason. No. I'm just saying. I'm just. Why? But that's what I'm saying. Why would we need to waste our wombs to be able, to have these children just for them to be taken at a short span? Why? No, I don't think because that. As a mother, hold on. Excuse me. Me as a mother, I don't want a phone call with somebody unaliving my child. I understand. I don't know about you, but no, I don't have any. I don't want to get that phone call. No, I get it. I don't have any children. It was a young black girl that just got killed, right, by her boyfriend, and she just finished nursing school.
So what does that anecdote have to do with?
It has to do with the household, sir. That's what I'm talking about.
What household?
Any household in any environment that she's being put in. Meaning, I'm talking about a woman's safety, sir. We're going to talk about a black community, which starts with the black woman. If it wasn't because of black woman, sir, you wouldn't even have breath in your life to even speak to me right now.
What are you saying? I'm just confused. What is your point? Are you saying that every black woman who's born is unsafe?
Excuse me, since we want to talk about slavery, excuse me, if we want to talk about slavery and racism, right? Didn't Malcolm X that niggas you niggas idolize so much said that black women are the most disrespected species on the planet?
Well, yes. No one's disagreeing with that, at least as far as I know.
Why so? Why is that? Can you give me an answer on that? And I'm gonna go on mute.
Why are black women the most disrespected? I mean, look around. Look at the media. Look at the news. It's obvious. Look at how many hundreds of thousands of black women were laid off at the start of this year. I mean, I'm not hearing are you inviting a fight? Because I agree with everything you said. Like, I'm just confused.
Sir, me bringing up awareness, how is that a fight? Me being a person with awareness is a fight to you?
No,
because I'm aware that I'm aware that black women are getting unalived at a high rate, or children, or black people. Not even just black women. You guys are getting killed as well too at a high rate. Not only you're high rate at offenders, you're at a high rate as victims as well. So where's the dysfunction? Because we had a black man literally live on stage that said it's black women's fault.
Black women's fault that black men are getting killed? That's crazy.
Sir, you just sat up here, you was listening to that honky.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you were. You've been in this room for a very long time. I've seen you.
Pretty.
And
Muhammad is a sweetheart. Trust me.
No, I'm not saying that he's not a
sweetheart. At some point. No, I'm just telling you, he probably did fall asleep at some point because he's been in the room since the beginning. So that's just okay. So he probably didn't actually hear that part.
Yeah.
Or he wouldn't be asking the question. Okay. So it's that's not. But you know,
he said black women aren't doing a good job, big.
What? Somebody said that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know you were, because you didn't say anything. You didn't interject, which is why I know you're probably just dozing off away from your phone. So I know you didn't hear that. So, to your point, pretty. It's really weird to me that men. I'm not surprised about the declining birth rate because there's, as Rob even also alluded, there are several different factors. Because when you see the trajectory of what's happening, of possible wars, and not to mention the economic squeeze, right? And if you are a conscious person, you don't necessarily want to add that burden to a child, because the stats on having child poverty it's very plain to see. Okay. You don't want to willingly put a child into this world that you know is going to struggle. A lot of people. Some people don't care, but some people are, especially as more education goes on, they're aware of it, so they don't have children. Right? Now, what I don't understand is like the attitude of some males like Quantum, who would rail against women, call out your name, expect all the shit that they will never do for themselves, but then expect you to open your legs and have your genetic legacy tied to them. Like, why would you expect a woman, any sensible woman, call me a bitch or tell me or order me around and tell me that I'm a dog basically and I'm lesser and that it's literally my lot in life just to be your walking mat and your maid and your nurse and your mama and your sex slave, and me to go like, yes, that's what my whole point of life and existence is. That is stupid shit. I don't know how that shit ever even worked. You know why that shit worked in the back day? Because women were literally dependent on men for survival and livelihood. It was because of money. It's because we weren't allowed to work. We weren't allowed to create businesses. We were literally forced to be dependent upon men. It's not because we're not incapable or intellectually slow. Not at all. Quite the opposite. It's because men had to, in order to keep feeling like they're superior, deliberately did that. Okay, and it's very funny to me in a way to listen to black men, of all the men in the world, for black men to shit on black women. It's like you've let white supremacy go to your head, my brother. Because if you don't know, say that you're not part of that group, I don't know what to tell you. Because if anything, black men there should be no, like, again, people can be mad at me all they want, but there should be no black incels, okay? I don't want to use the word that some people call them, but the fact that and then they want to bring up God about it. I'm not going to get into that, but you males are not men, okay? And you're definitely not the men in the Bible, because all those men knew how to protect and provide for women, all right? And you're not allowed as a poor person, sorry, I would say, as a brokey, as you guys like to say, to have multiple women, not just have multiple children. No, you're not. Because all those people, King Solomon, all those, notice I said king. Those people have money. There's no poor people mentioned in the Bible, just so you know. So when you all point to the Bible and all that, and you're asked if you want a woman just to like you, who you are, but you have nothing, meanwhile she has to go to work, take care of your babies, take care of you, and also be subservient to you, that does not make logical sense. And that is what you're seeing now. And if you want to call me a bitch or a whore, we're all sluts. I mean, these are things I've said in this room. So I'm also just reacting to that, not anything I feel said specific. But that kind of thinking, why in the world, other than some stupid little pick-me who has no self-esteem or confidence whatsoever, would I be with you? Why? I'd rather be alone. People don't understand this. Women would rather, if you're smart women, would rather be alone and hold our peace than be beholden or stuck with some person that's going to literally age you, make you fat, unhealthy, and poor. Okay? I'm so sorry that we're not just going to take any single regular, modern woman that are aiming for you brokies. And I don't mean just financially, because if you think that we need multi-millionaires and we're all 6'5" and blah, 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 no. Not at all. You'd be very surprised about how low the bar is for some of you men, to be quite frank. And you can't even fit that. But again, quantum is a type of person that shows you why are the birth rates declining. Because who sensibly would want to be like with that? Because again, we're already protecting and providing for ourselves. And the amount of violence that is being put towards women, because the government currently, the Trump government is trying, and part of 2025 goes a lot against women and people of color. But yeah, you have black men calling women out the name. Make it make sense. I land. And whoever wants to come up, by all means, instead of talking in the comments, come up. If this is a conversation, we can't exactly have a conversation if you're just going to do in the comments, okay? And if you're going to do in the comments, well, most of it's going to be lost. I used to do the comments too. I used to be talking I used to just be listening. It's just better just to come up and just say your piece. I mean, everyone, Anyways, Bo, I think Bo, you're on the stage. Do you have something to say and add to the conversation?
Guys, don't type in the chat. It's way too early in the morning to be typing in the chat. Come on up and have a conversation. I don't bite. Can't wait to hear what you got to say, but it's too early to be reading that chat line, though.
And I don't know what they think, but I guess they think their version of traditional women or women period is just supposed to be soft-spoken and not assertive, gullible. I don't know about y'all, but black women are fucking warriors. What the fuck are y'all cool? Like, I guess y'all thought we was just these soft, subtle snow bunnies. Because I really think that's really what they think we are. That's their stereotype of what they think a black woman should be. But a black woman is a fucking warrior. Like, that's why they don't never want us to say nothing. They don't never want us to talk. They always want us to over-talk us when we start telling the truth, and then turn around and then start saying the same shit we said. And then all you have the men coming off the mic like, yeah, I agree with them. You agree with the same shit I just said. You just didn't like it because it came from a fucking woman.
How much things, and like, I remember being accused if it was a white man who would be talking the same way. Clearly, I've not been in this room before. Because that's just some silly shit to say. This is not a black man versus a white man thing, or any colored man. This is just period. I find it very sad that, again, some people think that they're still being so victimized, especially while at the same time out their mouths calling particularly black women bitches. And see, it's because of you bitches, that's why we're in this. Yeah, it's not because of you black men basically just breeding women like their dogs and just abandoning your families. I'm not saying all, of course not. And I'm not saying just black men do this, let's be clear. But it's usually the ones that are talking about how degenerate or non-involved or not godly are the people that perpetuate the very same things and stereotypes that they're talking about. So again, if you have children out of wedlock, you are part of the problem. If you refer to women as a bunch of bitches, sluts, and whores, you are part of the problem. Because if you think every single woman is just a money-grubbing, like slut and whore who just wants you for your money, you are part of the problem, and you should see a psychotherapist.
I'm glad you brought up a psychotherapist, Marlene, because that's why I brought up that data to you, the demographics of the victims. Black men being victims and offenders. Now, tell me there is no imbalance in that. Not only are they killing themselves in the children, they also killing the women too. So we can't just always blame the white men or the white people. I mean, yeah, I understand that they're out there killing black people too, but I also am recognizing that the men are also unaliving our own race as well. And I will be a stupid bitch to sit here and be in denial about that shit. I'm aware that it's not being shown on media and the news and all of that. Sometimes it is, but it's not as much with the white snow bunnies. Okay? But I'm still aware that it's still women and children are still being unalived. Matter of fact, they just had a teacher at the damn house who was fondling on the children and gave them HIV. So even the children aren't safe at school.
Okay. Sorry, Steve, 1 second. Michael, Abraham, Bo, Gildas, thank you. Welcome to the stage. Does any one of you new people have something to say?
Hey, hi, I'm just looking around. It's pretty interesting, but I'm trying to keep up with the conversation first before I wanted to say something or something. I think,
Well, it always becomes the problem of, are these behaviors that the black man is doing, are they rooted in slavery? And can you blame the black man just as much as the black man wants to blame the black woman? Did it come from slavery? Is it like an echo in our psychology that makes us act this stupidly? I agree that it's stupid. I agree that it's not the right way. But, if you really want to get down into the weeds of it, are we all just scarred by slavery? And that can explain our contemptuous behavior, or not?
Yeah, then that's why we need to start to heal. We have to have hard conversations to get to a point where we can move out of that mindset and into a builder's mindset, because we're the builders, we're the creators, we always have been, we always will be.
Sorry, Steve. 1 second. Sorry, Michael, do you want to go ahead? And see, you can go after Michael.
Yeah, I was gonna say it is some of that, and it's also Jim Crow, and it's also everything. It's cycles of trauma, and until we heal that, breaking the chain of the cycles of trauma, it's just gonna keep perpetuating. People have to actively do work to heal that trauma.
And see, I'm glad Michael said that, because it's not a thing.
Sorry, honey, to interrupt you. See what's after me. And then you can go. Okay. There's just a cue, so just hold.
Is that okay?
Yeah, just hold on.
Let's see, say something a little long with it.
Hopefully not. Okay, just hold on.
So, kind of in alignment with what Red said and what Michael said. So, for 18 years, I've run a nonprofit called Emerging Leaders. You can look it up. It's emerginglleaders360.org, where when I came back to Compton, I was in Iraq, and I came back from Compton. When I came back to Compton, a young kid was killed. I'd seen a lot of killing and people being blown up in Iraq, but it was something about this kid's spirit that when he got killed, when I watched him die, he was like 7 years old. My son was 7 at the time. That I felt like I needed to do something different. And so long story short, I started working with Pete Carroll, who was a coach of USC at the time, and then became the coach of Seattle and then the Raiders last year. And then I created my own thing. But when I was 10, I was molested. And in my job, I always took the rape reports and the molestation reports and didn't understand why, right? But it wasn't me, the adult, who was taking those reports. It was a 10-year-old kid that got molested that took those reports, right? And I had a great deal of compassion and understanding. I didn't understand where all that came from, but as I began to do transformational work, I began to understand that. And so I share my story. So there's no, like, it's like rocks are hard, water's wet. I was molested. It's like, it is what it is. I'm not molestation. I was just molested. It's something that happened to me. It's not who I am. And so I share that on stage in front of 3,000 people. And people come to me, men come to me and say, man, like, how you gonna say that, man? Like, you ain't worried about, and I'm like, it doesn't have any power over me, right? It had power over me, but it doesn't have any power over me now. But what I'm saying all this to say that some of the men and some of our families, and I'm sure people in here can relate, where there's a relative who molests the kids, whether it's a grandfather, a father, stepfather, and everybody knows that he does that. And all they say is keep him away from Leroy. Keep him away from Leroy, right? And you have several generations that go through, you have several generations that know this, and no one does anything. And so a lot of the dudes would come and tell me, like, well, yeah, man, I started hurting people before they hurt me because I was molested. So I became the hurter before somebody could hurt me. Same thing with women. Some women do the same things, some the same way. They're like, I became the murderer. I went to prison for murder. One girl went to prison for murder as a child. She was the first child arrested, sentenced as an adult in the state of California. It was one of my students. Ended up becoming a murderer, ended up going to prison for murder because of that, because she had a hatred for men, because that happened. So when we're talking about trauma, it's not slavery trauma, it's an accumulation of all of it, right? And we seem to get fixated on like one causal factor, and it's not. It's all these nuances that go to it of why people behave and act the way they behave and act, right? And I've been doing this for 18 years, and I've seen just about everything. But in my program, it has one of the highest success rates in the United States. It was 73% success rate, when the recidivism rate in the United States is 27%. If you're doing 28%, you're considered doing well. We're 73%, right? Because we really empower people, but because I can't give anybody an answer for themselves. We all have our internal answer. So I work with my people to get them to find the answers within. And I say that because there's so many different factors in the conversations we're having, and it's not just one thing. It's not isolated to one thing that's going to solve this problem. There's a whole lot of issues that are woven inside the fabric of the current circumstance. So Alain.
Wow, thank you so much for sharing your story, C. I really admire your courage and your ability to take an experience that could destroy a lot of people and living with it with such creativity and helping others. That's really admirable and honorable. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, thank you, C.
Thank you.
But yeah, trauma, harm is generational, and it lingers. And it's also multi-generational, as in it can be passed on. Have you guys heard of epigenetics?
Bruce Lipton is a friend of mine.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Which is the reason why they need to stop making y'all. I mean, y'all can sit there and sit here and be like, oh, she hates men and she hates men. Well, y'all don't even like women, let alone your damn selves, because you're killing yourselves
at a 4 to 5 times higher rate than black women. Not only that, you're killing them at a high fucking rate. So at this point, we need to do mandatory. I'm okay with signing a proposal to get these niggas mandatorily either assessed before being diagnosed, before giving y'all any medication, because some of y'all might even be on ADHD medication, and that shit still ain't helping y'all.
Okay, Freddie Red, who hurt you?
Nobody hurt me,
because you seem to hate men in general.
How do I hate men? Because I'm aware of the crime.
Because I've only heard you say negative things about men.
How is that negative, sir? Because I'm aware.
You're saying
these things
just don't need to have any more.
Are you mad because I need to not be aware and make the truth come clear to your eyes or your ears?
No,
it seems like you was
humanity. Listen, I'm somebody who works in the mental health field.
Okay.
Humans are complex.
You don't have to just work in the field to be aware of what's going on. That's what I'm trying to get you to
understand. And I'm saying sometimes your awareness can be limited.
Why does it need to be limited? So you telling me people dying needs to be limited? You telling me people committing deaths?
This is weird.
So you telling me homicide needs to be limited? Is that what you're telling me? Molestation needs to be limited? Oh my God.
This is so funny. I can't.
It's so funny. I can't. This is why I don't like men like you around. You're weak. You're very weak, big.
Don't engage. I have the authority to kick you out of this room. Please don't disrespect me.
I'm gonna go start another one. It's not gonna stop me from spreading my message.
Okay, go ahead.
You can't hush me, and that's the problem. Y'all want to hush black women.
Pretty, he's a moderator. Anyone you see?
Girl, I don't care about that. He's not the CEO.